Hey there everyone, this is Michael with the general readings for April 2021 for all 12 zodiac signs. I want to give you all a nice big warm welcome here on my channel. Whether you are brand new here or you are coming back again, I greatly appreciate your support and your love. I do have a bit of housekeeping before we dive into the readings. However, I know a lot of you have been sharing in the comment section that my videos just haven't been showing up on your YouTube homepage or in your YouTube feed. I know some of you have even shared that you have been unsubscribed from my channel. So make sure that you're subscribed to this channel still. Make sure you are still liking these videos. It does help the YouTube algorithm bring you more of the content that I am making. I am actually going to be posting pick-a-card readings this month as well, and other topical videos that I think are important and relevant. I do also recommend actually hitting the bell icon as well, because that bell icon will kind of give you a notification anytime I upload anything. And functionally, subscriptions have become somewhat meaningless, unfortunately. It doesn't really necessarily, YouTube doesn't necessarily prioritize the channels that you are subscribed to anymore. It's kind of trying to make it so you see as many other channels and many other content creators as possible, which is fine and great. I think that's really important too, but it has affected the growth of my channel. I've certainly felt it in the past several months myself. And I do appreciate people who have kept coming to this channel, who keep sharing and commenting and liking. All of these things are helpful too. And I will be posting more, and I'm sure that will be helpful as well. But I just wanted to give everyone the heads up in case you're wondering, hey, where have you been, Michael? I haven't really seen your videos in a while. I am still uploading. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm still doing this work, and I feel very, very blessed to do so. So thank you all so much for your support through all your comments, likes, shares, and subscribes, and hitting that bell notification. I really, really appreciate it. I do have all of my links in the description box if you're looking for a personal reading or Reiki session. I also have the astrology blog linked down below that lists out all the aspects and transits by date, as well as kind of just an overview of what you can expect for the month of April. I do use tropical or Western astrology. I get this question, or I get asked this question every month, and that's just because that's the system that works best for my own intuition. I don't think one system is inherently better or superior over the other. I respect them all, and all the other forms of astrology that I don't even reference in these videos. It really is just what works best for you, and tropical or Western astrology is what works best for me on this channel. That's what I've found. I do want to give you all the heads up for this month as well. The energy is quite interesting. We actually do have a mutual reception this month. What this means is that you have two planets that are in each other's sign of rulership. For us, for the month of April 2021, we have Mars, which naturally rules over Aries, in the sign of Gemini. And we have Mercury, which naturally rules over Gemini, in the sign of Aries. So this is actually creating quite a bit of harmony and synergy and bringing lots of opportunities for abundance and success this month, which is really, really exciting. It won't be without bumps in the road, however. I'm thinking especially around the 9th, when Mercury is conjunct Chiron and Saturn is going to be trining the North Node. Mercury is the mind, communication. Chiron is actually known as the wounded healer. So there could be something that is said or something that you find out that activates an old wound or old story. And with Saturn trining the North Node, this is actually going to help us reach and achieve our destiny. Whatever it is that is blocking you karmically is going to become very, very obvious this month. And even though there is a lot of energy and momentum to move forward and to keep working, there may be some snags that you're working out along the way. You're kind of like on a rolling log. You just have to keep your balance. I know this energy can be kind of intense for some of you, but honestly, I think it's actually a welcome change of pace for a lot of people. And if you can kind of keep your balance through this time and you can heal in the ways you're being asked to heal, there will certainly be lots of blessings for you. I I do want to go into each of the 12 signs now, kind of figuring out how this is going to affect all of you on a personal level. I do recommend watching your rising sign if you know what it is, just because the astrology for that is likely to be the most accurate. But ultimately what matters is that you listen to your own intuition and discernment. You may find that the message for you is in your sun, moon, rising, or Venus sign. It could be anything. Really just listen to your intuition and trust you are going to be drawn to the video that has the messages for you, and whatever your placements are, that is just kind of secondary to the reading. Now, I am going to post these timestamps in the description box down below, as well as the comment section, so you're welcome to jump straight ahead to the video that is calling out most to you. Hey Aries, this is Michael with your general reading for April 2021. I want to wish you all a happy birthday for those of you who are Aries suns. Whether you celebrated your birthday in March or have one this April, I do hope that it is a special one for all of you. I know the energy this month is really interesting with your ruling planet Mars in the sign of Gemini. It's actually going to be in mutual reception with Mercury in your sign throughout most of this month as well. And I was talking about how in the intro that this energy is really kind of figuring out things as you go, not allowing yourself to idle or stall too much or try and figure everything out before you charge in. That's honestly kind of been energy that we've been in. There's been a lot of reflection and a lot of review. I am feeling like Aries, it's very important that you start striding and making forward movements, even if it feels like there's some things that are holding you back. They're gonna kind of come up anyways. It's not something that you can really worry about or really prevent in some cases. There could be things, especially if you've been kind of feeling things festering from the past, that could be something that comes up for you, especially around the 9th, when we have Mercury in your sign forming a conjunction with Chiron, which has been bringing up lots of wounds and lots of healing for you. Chiron is actually known as the wounded healer in astrology. So there's a lot of focus on healing, but I don't feel like this is sort of like taking time out to heal. It feels like you're kind of being forced to just keep moving and keep going with it. For some of you, there could be some loss of opportunity or loss of possibilities that you already experienced in the month of March. I am picking up that for some of you with the Two of Wands in reverse. And it did feel like you had to go back to the drawing board. I know for the past year, everything that's been going on has just been super destabilizing for people, and plans have certainly had to change quite a bit. For some of you, there's been something where you may have been looking to move or looking to change your job, and it just hasn't felt like the right time. You could be making this move this month still, or in the next month. But there's still things that are being worked out. There's still things that are being sorted through, and it doesn't necessarily feel very clear. The Four of Pentacles or Four of Coins in reverse does tell me that you are going to feel like you need to get out of your comfort zone a little bit, or there could be a loss of your comfort zone and feeling a little exposed. I do wonder if this is you actually opening up to other people, just kind of based off where this is placed. You might be needing to step out of your comfort zone a little bit, because I do feel like there is some success for you if you're willing to take a risk. Yeah, this Queen of Wands. This could be someone that you are communicating to, another fire sign. But honestly, Aries, I feel like this is your own energy. And the Queen of Wands is someone who's very passionate about the things that they do. They're not someone who kind of holds themselves back for other people. They're just unapologetically them. And I'm not using gender-specific pronouns because this, you know, you could be male, female, non-binary. It doesn't really matter how you identify. This is just the expression of the energy here with the Queen of Swords. I do kind of get this energy of a diva, however, when I think of the Queen of Wands. Someone who, again, who's just very self-possessed. And this is energy that you're kind of learning to step into. And actually, Aries, it might feel very uncomfortable for you. That might be where you need to kind of step out of your comfort zone a little bit. Let's clarify this energy that we have so far. Okay, so justice. Some of you do need to set a situation right. You do need to speak up and be an advocate. This could be involving a Libra energy as well for some of you, but honestly, I think this is more just about the energy of setting wrongs right. Reconciliation potentially for some of you. This doesn't necessarily mean romantic, getting back together with exes or anything like that, but just setting things right, especially if something didn't go according to plan or someone said something where they kind of misspoke. Maybe someone else was kind of acting like this Queen of Wands, or could have been you, and was really in their ego. But I do feel like there is something now that is being put aside. You're seeing things from a more clear perspective now that the shock has kind of settled with the 5 of Cups in reverse. You are kind of standing up. It is what I feel. Like I feel like you're getting back up on your feet in the first part of April. And with the Page of Coins, some of you really are learning a new skill or brushing up on your talents, and you're trying to figure out how you can develop that into a career. I actually do feel like there's this thing with acting or performance for some of you, so that could be music. That's actually something that came up kind of as a strong ripple for me for this group. But whatever it is that you're passionate about, I do feel like you are developing a skill, or you are developing your talents, and you can actually make that grow into something more. But again, it does feel like you are a little bit out of your comfort zone. There could be this fear of sharing or speaking up. Let's actually pull an animal card here just to kind of get some greater clarity for the energies that we can embody for Aries. Yeah, the bee. So there is something that you're working very hard on here, and I think it's important that you focus on the sweetness. There could be some alchemy that you're doing, some transmutation. You're turning a loss into something that can help you grow, or you're using that to help you create something beautiful. And whatever it was that didn't go your way, I feel like there was a bit of divine intervention, to be honest with you. Some of you might have been planning a move, some of you might have been planning career change. That's kind of what came up before. And I think there was a path that some of you kind of had your sights set on that might not have actually been aligned for you, or it just wasn't the right time. But I do feel like this month you are working very hard and you are getting rewards for your efforts. You do have this honey here, something kind of sweet happening for you. And it could just be the process itself. You're enjoying the work that you're doing. You're enjoying this productive flow. So that's actually really good to see. I do think with the bee, however, of kind of like stinging remarks. And we did talk about that earlier on with Mercury and Chiron forming a conjunction in your sign. There could be some stinging words or some salt that gets thrown into an old wound. Anything that has not been dealt with or that's kind of been festering beneath the surface, I have to be honest with you, Aries, I do think that it is going to be coming up this month. It feels like that sort of energy, and you just kind of have to keep moving. It does also make me wonder, like, what could be going on with the pandemic, you know, things kind of behind the scenes coming to the surface. It really could be any number of things, to be honest with you. That just feels like a theme for this month. I kept getting the image of a geyser. I actually used that in the blog post down below. There's just something that's going to kind of be blowing off steam, something that's going to be coming to the surface. And it's kind of an abrupt and short-lived thing. I don't think it's going to have a ton of impact overall, but it could be sort of a redirect for you karmically or for your life. So what are the messages that we have for Aries? Show me clearly. Yeah, I have to be honest. I do feel like someone has said something to you this month, or maybe even in the previous months, that's coming up for you, because we do have the Emperor in reverse. This is actually your energy. You're not quite feeling your energy at the turn of this month, kind of in the middle. You do have the Nine of Swords in reverse, as well as the Magician in reverse as well. Some of you are feeling energetically blocked, or your manifestations are being blocked. We actually did talk about that. That may actually be a theme throughout the month, and it's kind of like a delayed gratification. You might not necessarily experience the results you want right away, and you kind of have to keep working or keep figuring things out. I do feel like if you feel like things just aren't manifesting or connecting for you, there is a missing element here. A lot of the time the Magician tells me upright that all the elements are in place. You have the cups, you have the coins, you have the wands, you have the swords, all of the elements. Something could be missing, and that's going to be kind of an important thing for you to figure out. What is this missing element? For some of you, it's just something as simple as passion for what you're doing. For others of you, there could be emotional wounds that are preventing you from opening yourself up or really committing to the things that you love. I do feel like with the Nine of Swords, honestly, I think some of you do need to be talking to somebody else. This could be a therapist or a reader or someone that you trust, just to get a second opinion or to get a second perspective. I do feel like with the Magician in reverse, there could have been someone who either swindled you. They could have Gemini or Virgo energy. They don't have to, however. But I just feel like, again, there's something about this sharp exchange that's kind of making you doubt yourself, or you're thinking of what other people would say if you failed, and that's holding you back as well. You're really concerned about what others think or say about you this month. And that's going to be kind of coming up. And you might be watching this now and that doesn't necessarily connect. But I think especially around the 9th, you might start to get a better sense of what it is that I am talking about here. Kind of clarifying this energy a little more. You have the King of Cups in reverse, so you could be dealing with a water sign. Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio. You also have the Two of Coins here as well. You know, it could be a water sign that you're having this interaction with where someone just says something to you, they kind of lack restraint, or this could be your own emotions that are kind of out of balance this month and you're needing to bring balance to that yourself. I actually do see that as a theme here with the Two of Coins. There is this need for you to find balance, and I was talking about this energy kind of walking on a moving log and needing to keep the balance while moving forward all at the same time. I do kind of get that energy again for you, Aries. I'm going to be honest. I do think you're able to keep your balance, but it will be a bit challenging because I think your emotions are triggered in some way. Let's get a little more clarity and let's get some advice for you as well. Yeah, the Strength card in reverse. This is exactly what I've been talking about. This loss of emotional composure. This could be you. This could be another person. We could be talking about a Leo energy potentially as well, especially with that Queen of Wands that we had earlier. I kind of felt like there was someone who was acting very much in their ego or kind of like a diva. And, you know, being a bit histrionic or dramatic about something. And you could be caught in the crossfire of that. But to be honest, Aries, something is being triggered in you regardless of who said what. And I think it's really important for you to figure out, what is my trigger? How am I being triggered this month? How is this affecting my game, so to speak? Because I think there is something that you're supposed to be working on here, that you're supposed to be building. I actually do feel like you're still doing that kind of in the background. There is something that I'm feeling very good about, whether this is a project or a long-term goal or career. I feel like there's something good for you there, but there's just something about communication this month. And your energy is a bit all over the place because your ruling planet is going to be in Gemini throughout most of the month. Once it enters into Taurus, that is going to be a good time for you to kind of find this stability. And I think that happens around, I want to say the 23rd. if I'm not mistaken. I do have the link in the description box down below if you want to figure out when Mars enters Taurus. That should be in the blog post. We do also have a new moon for you on the 12th. It is in your sign in Aries, and that is almost a time for you to make a birthday wish. Regardless of whether or not this month or last month was your birthday, if you have Aries placements, it's a new beginning for you. Yeah, the fox. This does make me feel like there was someone who said something kind of sneaky. And I feel like there's almost this element of being gaslit, actually, by somebody. Somebody said something where it's like, oh, I don't know why you're so upset. And I kind of get that with the King of Cups in reverse as well. There could be someone who's being a bit emotionally manipulative with you, and you should just be aware of that energy. But you do have the Horse here. Again, I feel like you have a lot of stability and you have the potential to build something, but you do need to focus. You do need to, you know, persevere here with the Horse energy. But Horse does bring us to a place of abundance. It brings us to a place of tremendous stability. I still feel like that is something that you are going to achieve this month. And it's not just going to be financial. Whatever it is that's coming up for you emotionally, it is intended to help you find a greater sense of clarity and composure within. And those are going to be really important themes. Is there anything else? I want to just keep shuffling here and see if there's anything else that comes up that I may have missed. The Sun. The Queen of Coins. Okay, so again, Leo energy with the Sun here. This does actually make me think that something is being revealed, and maybe at first that is what's kind of unsettling things. But to be honest with you, Aries, I think you sort of knew. If there was something going on behind the scenes or beneath the surface, you kind of sensed there was some sort of tension or conflict. And then something happened and it brought it to the light of day here. But I do feel like there is this healing. I do feel like there is this clarity that is coming for you this month. And with the Queen of Coins, again, I feel like there's so much stability. You are building something, and I do feel like you are going to have a big financial blessing, if not this month, shortly after. You may be getting news of money coming in, or things start looking up for you financially or in your career. But I'm just feeling like you kind of have to do all of this while you're working through whatever it is that has you so unsettled. But again, you have some powerful allies here. You have the Horse energy. You can kind of visualize this as a totem or call on Horse in spirit to help carry you through whatever rough terrain that you find yourself in. And you can overcome. Meditation is very important, as well as physical fitness with this card. It is important for you to just keep persevering, to keep trying, even if things feel hard in the moment. I do feel like you have quite a bit of success that is waiting for you at the end of this month. Those are all the messages I have for you now, Aries. I do hope that this was helpful. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below what it is that has you feeling so upset or unsettled. What is it that triggered you? Maybe talking about it can help you kind of work through this energy. I still feel like there's great things coming for you as well, so let me know what it is that you're working on. I do have all of my links in the description box if you'd like a personal reading or Reiki session. Make sure to hit like and subscribe, and I will see you all in the next video. Take care, Aries. Hey Taurus, this is Michael with your general reading for April 2021. I do want to wish all of you who have a birthday at the end of this month a happy solar return. I know our birthdays or solar returns are usually significant times for us, astrologically speaking. It's kind of wrapping up one year and stepping into another. A lot of the time, the month leading up to your birthday is also a period of review, kind of taking stock of things. What went well? What didn't go well last year? What's worth investing? How do I move forward into this next year? These are all themes that you may find yourself in throughout this month, especially when you have the new moon in your 12th house in Aries on the 9th, or I'm sorry, I actually think that is the 12th. So on April 12th, there could be this thing where you're just thinking about the past or thinking about the ways you might have been holding yourself back, because the 12th house does represent sabotage or our bad habits, the things that can kind of prevent us from connecting to our spirituality and to our higher selves. That's actually going to be a really important thing for you this month. And again, we do have a Scorpio full moon on the 27th, which is actually the day that Pluto goes retrograde. And that's going to be a really good time for you to connect to the other side, to your spirit guides, deceased loved ones, or people who have passed on. There could be a lot of guidance that is actually coming from from beyond the veil, I guess I should say, for you. And really for the whole collective, but I'm actually feeling that's important for some of you for whatever reason. There may be someone that you recently lost or someone that you've been hoping to connect to. I do feel like you are connecting. And I feel like there's been a lot going on in your life with the Two of Coins that's just been sort of up in the air. And there's really been you trying to make an important decision. And it feels like it's about your daily life, to be honest. It could be a relationship for some of you, but I'm getting more making a decision about home, family, career. There's a decision that you kind of need to make. Could be involving an air sign as well, with the Knight of Swords here. I feel like your energy just wants to move this month, and that makes a lot of sense because Venus is going to be going from the sign of Pisces into the sign of Aries, and Venus is your ruling planet. And when it does this, there's going to be this desire to kind of move and to stop thinking or ruminating on things and to just want to charge in. And maybe that's talking about this decision that you've been weighing. Or this path that you've been trying to figure out. April really is a month for just, I'm going to go and try and figure this out as I go. But it is still important that you have a plan with the Knight of Coins. You may be talking to another earth sign, so this could be another Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Could also be someone who was born kind of on the cusp between Leo and Virgo season. Things are happening this month, but they're kind of happening a bit slower than you want them to. And I know that the energy can feel a little frustrated this month as well. But it's like the longer you wait or the longer this takes, the sweeter it gets. Let's kind of clarify this energy here. Four of Cups in reverse. There could be a rejection. Or there could be an offer or a decision that you just don't want to make. And you're kind of dragging your heels a little bit in this process. There could almost be this element of perfection paralysis. Like things have to be perfect or you have to be perfect before you can move forward. Yeah, this Eight of Swords in reverse. You're not as stuck as you think you are. And I feel like you're getting yourself unstuck. That's kind of what the first half of April is really going to feel like for you, Taurus. And again, thinking of this new moon in Aries, it really is a good time for you to set up good habits for yourself, set up different routines. And the reason I say that is because the 12th house is our subconscious. And there could be things that you're doing each day that are preventing you from going in the direction that you want or having the stability that you want. And I think it is important for you to connect spiritually with the Hierophant, to meditate more, even if it's just a few minutes each day. This Hierophant here is actually one of your cards as well. So that's interesting that that kind of came out at the bottom of the deck. Let's pull an animal card and then we'll look at the second half of this month, where this energy is going. The stingray. Yeah, needing to kind of go with the flow, move here. It might feel uncomfortable. Again, I really don't think you're going to have things all figured out. You do need to have a plan. But you also are going to need to be able to readjust and re-strategize as you go throughout this month. I actually want to clarify this Knight of Swords. Why is the Knight of Swords here? Kind of showing up in your emotions. Some of you could be connecting to an air sign, so Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. Or someone who's just kind of on the go a lot, shoots first, asks questions later type of person. And you have the Four of Coins in reverse. Someone has been very guarded or not been very open with their emotions. Maybe if it's stuck in their head. This could actually be you, or it could be the energy that you are dealing with. Either way, it feels like it's kind of up to you, Taurus, if you want to have a more emotional conversation with someone, and it still might not be time. I gotta be honest, with that Knight of Swords, or I'm sorry, Knight of Pentacles, things could kind of be moving slower, or someone else could be moving at a slower pace than you are. So let's see where all of this is going. Where is all of this leading for Taurus? Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus here. Okay, so we do have a Fool. We have some movement or a leap of faith that you are finally taking in the second half of this month. I do feel like this is going to be happening. We do have Uranus in your sign, and I feel like as you have planets conjuncting with Uranus, I want to say there's something happening on the 22nd or 23rd. This is in the astrology blog linked down below. But whatever is happening with Uranus in your sign, which is represented as the Fool, I do feel like there is this activation that is happening for you. And things are really being shaken up because Uranus is known as the Great Awakener. There is something that is happening that is kind of awakening you, awakening your energy, which is actually nice to see. You do have the Hermit. Again, honestly, for love, for emotions, whatever this is, if you're dealing with other people, I feel like there's honestly a lot of time to yourself this month, and there's a lot of reflection that's going on here with the Hermit energy. And you kind of just need to focus on you and your thing, and this other person kind of needs to focus on them and their thing. The Hermit almost feels a bit like a timeout, I'm not gonna lie. And people just needing to kind of regroup. I didn't really get much for love for Aries, actually, now that I think about it. And that sort of makes sense because Venus is going to be in the sign of Aries, and then it is going to enter into your sign towards the end of the month, I believe on the 22nd or 23rd. Again, we were sort of talking about something with Uranus happening around that time too. But it really is about work. It really is about abundance and stability for a lot of you. And this Eight of Coins really does represent you needing to work on something, you needing to build something for yourself. You are going to be busy. If you're looking for work, I actually do feel like there is a new opportunity for you that's going to keep you quite busy. Or things are going to be picking up in your career. And I feel like that's actually a good distraction for whatever is going on emotionally. And it's helping you gain a different perspective by taking some space, by taking some time. And you know, when we're kind of coming into your season, Taurus, it really is about you, right? And it really is going to be about you reconnecting to yourself. I do want to pull a card for this Scorpio full moon because that is your opposite sign, which is your 7th house, your house of relationships. So I do want to see if there's anything coming up there. Because of this full moon, you might be experiencing a change in your relationships or your relationship style. You might be changing your assumptions or biases when coming into relationships, healing old patterns or wounds that are preventing you from connecting people in the way that you want. Okay, you do have some communication around this time with the 8 of Wands. So if things are kind of quiet with you and your romantic counterpart here, your person, I do expect there will be some communication around this full moon on the 27th, but that won't be until the very end of the month, which is why I think, Taurus, it's really important for you to focus on where your power really comes from. And I think that's actually important when we're talking about Pluto going retrograde. That's really going to be more for next month's video, to be honest with you, because Pluto is going to be retrograde for 5 months. But whenever you have Pluto go retrograde, it usually is about power, letting things go, taking stock of things. We were kind of talking about this at the beginning of the video. And I think it's really important for you to remember your own power in situations. Because with the Hermit, I'm not going to lie, I do get this sense of codependence for some of you. And I think even though it feels hard or painful, you do kind of need to extract yourself from somebody's energy just for a little bit, just so you can regroup and refocus here. And I do feel like there will be communication again with the 8 of Wands here. And you do have 2 8s. So you have the 8 of Coins and the 8 of Wands. There could be some good news coming in, especially, again, if you're looking for work or things have been kind of slow at work, there could be positive news. But I feel like with this 8, there is a lot of power that you're actually going to be stepping in, because 8 is a very powerful number numerologically. And sometimes 8s will get a lot handed to them at once. If you are an 8 life path or you have 8 somewhere in your numerology profile, it's a gift to have that number. But again, it can make people put a lot on your plate because you seem so capable, or the universe is really trying to test you to make you grow and step into your true power and show you just how strong and capable you are. That could be a theme this month. Is there anything else for Taurus? Anything else? The Wheel of Fate. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. Things are changing for you, and that can happen very, very suddenly towards the end of this month, and it feels very positive. With the Fool and the Wheel of Fate, I do actually feel like luck is going to be changing, but it's almost like you need to let go of things that you don't actually have control of, because that is a way that you're sabotaging yourself from really being productive and really focusing on the things that you can be building, or the things that you can be working on constructively. And again, I feel like there's been a relationship or there's been a person, this doesn't need to be romantic, where you've really been focusing your energy on them, and now you kind of need to reclaim your energy. That could be an air sign, so Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. I could also see Sagittarius. or Virgo energy. And we do also have, I actually read the Fool as Aries energy, honestly. There could be an Aries as well for some of you. And I think there could be some communication, and that could be actually like long distance. I am getting that with the Eight of Wands and the Hermit card. Someone actually might be making a trip. You might be hearing about that or planning that with somebody. Let's pull one more animal card for you, Taurus. The deer. Oh, this is so beautiful, and I love this energy for you, Taurus, because this does tell me that there's new beginnings for you. There are new beginnings around the corner. I am feeling, especially in your season, and especially next month in May when we have the new moon in your sign, I think there's going to be a lot of blessings. With deer, it is really important that you are connecting to nature. And doing that in any way, whether that's going on hikes or connecting to animals or even small children, this is a very nurturing energy, this deer card, and it does represent spring and new beginnings. I know with deer, they're very hypersensitive and hyper aware. Your nervous system might feel a little out of whack, and it's just important that you stay grounded and you stay calm. I know that deer can kind of lock up and freeze. It's important that you do keep moving. But I do think it's also important that you are able to kind of bring your anxiety down before you move forward or before you try and focus on something else. But overall, I see the deer as a beautiful and positive omen, and it really is just this precious energy for you, Taurus. I do see some new beginnings. I do see this gentle conversation that you're having. I know around the 9th, there could be some scolding conversations or some hard things that come to the surface for people, but I feel like by the end of the month, you're able to put a balm on whatever hard things have been said. You're able to find relief and soothe those things and maybe come back together with people after you needed to take some time for yourself. And those are all the messages I am getting for you this month, Taurus. I do hope that this was helpful. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below what is going on for you. I'm always curious to hear how these readings are landing for you. And you are welcome to look at the other videos, your moon, rising, or Venus sign, and click on the timestamps down below to go to those videos. And I will see you all next time. Take care, Taurus, and have a happy April. Hey everyone, this is Michael with the general reading for April 2021 for Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. And before we even get into the cards or the astrology or anything, I actually just felt this very profound sense that some of you are going to be having a prayer answered. I feel like there's been a situation that's really been weighing on your heart, if this is resonating. And I feel like there's a family member or someone that you are praying to. I feel this energy of people coming through for this group. And they just told me that there is going to be a prayer that is going to be answered. You're going to get your sign. Something is going to happen this month. And thinking about the astrology, I do know with the the new moon in Aries on the 12th, that is going to be a good time for a lot of you to manifest a miracle. And the reason I say that is because Aries rules over your 11th house naturally. And regardless of what your placements are, I'm just feeling like that new moon for you on April 12th in Aries is going to be a good time for you to receive a blessing from the universe, especially if that is through another person, a helpful individual, someone kind of stepping in, or a connection that you have made, just being at the right place at the right time. There is something, again, that feels quite remarkable that is happening in your energy, Gemini, and it feels like things have been kind of challenging for this group for quite some time, and there's something that's finally opening up for you. So what are the messages for Gemini? What wisdom and guidance do we have for them? Show us clearly, please. Temperance. Yes, something has taken quite a bit of time, and something has needed to happen in divine timing. And that's going to be a really big theme for you at the start of this month. There is a need to strike a balance and to heal with temperance as well. This could be involving a Sagittarius. Some of you could be speaking to a Sagittarius individual. But to be honest, I feel like there's a big blessing for you, and there's a lot of healing that is coming. Three of Coins. This is literally what I was just talking about. A helpful individual could be coming from a work situation or social networking. This is all of this 11th house stuff that I was just talking about. I feel like there's going to be an individual who is coming into your life, or you're meeting someone where it's just like right place, right time. Could be romantic, but I actually don't think it is kind of the thing that is weighing most on your heart, to be honest with you. It could be, but I actually feel like there's a situation that you've been really kind of praying over or really sitting with, Gemini, and I feel like someone or something is coming to step in. The Knight of Coins. This could be an earth sign individual who you're talking to, so it could be Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Especially Virgo. I could even see a later Leo energy as well with this Knight of Coins. And again, something has really taken a lot of time. I wanna stress that, because temperance is about divine timing, patience. The Knight of Coins is slow, steady progress. Things are happening. Things are being built, Gemini. And it's taken a while, and maybe your faith has been questioned. The Eight of Cups. I have to be honest, I know in the past few readings for you, Gemini, there's been a situation that you've been trying to walk away from. That could be the answer to your prayers that I was picking up on. For some of you, this is also just you walking away from a hard or toxic situation. You're finally healing from it. And you might be getting the help that you need. Because I feel like there was something that was very dramatic or troubling, and it made you feel all alone. And the Seven of Coins, again, something has taken a considerable amount of time. But it's like you're finally getting there. There's finally progress. There's finally something changing this month. And it really does feel like you're just kind of chugging along, doing what you can, and all of a sudden someone comes in and is like, let me help you with that. Let's pull an animal card here. The Crow. And I do think birds of a feather, there we go, flock together. I kind of get this sense of finding people who understand you and can kind of see parts of you that others would consider dark or misunderstand to be dark. This is a great month for you to just meet people in general, whatever sort of context, but I actually feel like friendships are the most available to this group right now, which makes sense because, again, Aries season is your house of friendships, of social networks, and getting social support and support from the universe. What else do we have for Gemini? Let's kind of look at the second half of the month now. What do we have in store for the second half of the month? We have the Sun, blessings, new beginnings, new life, new energy. This is beautiful to see. and clarity. Again, I'm getting that Leo energy that I was kind of picking up on before. The Two of Wands in reverse. Yeah, there's going to be a path that's made clear to you, and that might actually come in the form of one door closing and another opening. But if you're looking for a miracle, if you're looking for a blessing, the Sun is the card to look for. Look no further. It's coming. And you might not know where to go from here. And you might even feel like that at the end of the month. Things might not still feel totally clear. The future doesn't feel totally clear. Even though you have a lot of clarity in the moment, it's like, well, what do I do with this? And that might just take more time. But honestly, Gemini, I feel like there's something beautiful here that has shifted. And it almost doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't matter that you don't know where things are going or where you're headed next. And the Queen of Swords in reverse. There could be a person you are walking away from, especially an air sign, Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. But there's a lot of healing in you doing so. And this could be you stepping out of this need to know everything, and you just really opening up your heart. And I gotta be honest, with the Five of Cups in reverse, again, it's like this thing that you might be thinking is gonna be a loss is actually gonna make you feel so much better and so much freer. And maybe this is something you've already lost. Maybe this is a relationship that ended already for you, or it could be a situation you had to distance yourself from your family or something like that. And it may have been hard, but you're starting to see the blessing in it. And again, I want to tell you that with this miracle coming, there's an end to hardship, there's an end to grief. Some of you have been stuck in an energy of grief with this Queen of Swords, and it's made it very hard for you to open your heart up to other people, to the world. And there's actually this beautiful softening that I'm feeling. Whatever it was that was a disappointment for you, whatever it was that didn't go your way, whatever relationship that didn't work out, or whatever it was that just seemed to go wrong, something is miraculously changing. And, you know, if you've watched my channel before, this doesn't feel like my usual tone in these readings, but it's just the message that's been coming through the moment I started connecting to your energy, Gemini. And the eagle. I want to cry when I just saw this. So the eagle is a very beautiful card because it's a card of tremendous strength and this will. I'm thinking of the sun here, actually. And why I love the sun card for you, or I'm sorry, why I love this eagle card for you, I think of the bald eagle mating ritual called the death spiral. It's very dramatic sounding. What these two eagles will essentially do to determine if this is the rightful mate, they will actually lock talons mid-air and spin down to the earth, only to part at the very last moment. It's kind of like this show of faith. I got your back. I'm here for you. I don't necessarily think this is just a romantic situation that this could be referring to, however. I know we talked about this being a mating ritual, but it feels like there's just someone or something that's coming into your life that has your back. This could be a deceased loved one, again, but I actually do feel like for a lot of you, there's a physical incarnate person coming into your life who is helping you. And this is like you taking this free fall with this universe, or with the universe, with the divine, with God. you're not alone. And you may have felt like you've been very alone. And something is changing, and I think you feel it. I really do. I think you know on some level that even though it's been hard and you've been struggling and there's been lessons and tests and it's just taken so long, you've known something was bound to change, and it feels like, Gemini, this is the month where that starts to happen. I think that's all I'm being called to share with you this month. I do hope that this was helpful and that this was the message that you needed to hear. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below what this miracle is that you're manifesting, what it is that you're calling in. Again, not my typical tone or style of reading, but it just felt like the message that needed to be conveyed. I hope it reached who it needed to reach. I do have links for personal readings and Reiki sessions if you want some more guidance or assistance in your own life. And of course, all of my other links for the general readings, if you want to look at your moon, rising sign, or Venus sign, all of those are down below. And I will see you in the next video. Take care, Gemini, and have a happy April. Hey Cancer, this is Michael with your general reading for April 2021, whether you are a Cancer Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus. Now, I kind of started off the Gemini reading with a bit of a message, and I'm getting one for you as well that's a bit different. I am actually getting this message of forgiveness. It's very important that you forgive someone or that you forgive yourself. And I just feel like that's a very important thing for you this month, which is interesting. Astrologically, there's actually quite a bit going on for you for your career. New blessings, new beginnings, new abundance. But I'm feeling very called to talk about this story with forgiveness, or this need to forgive. That seems the most important to me. And yeah, things have not felt very stable. With the Ace of Coins in reverse. Some of you are blaming yourself for your situation. If only I had done something differently, if only I knew. There's a lot of regret. Could be involving an earth sign, so Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn here with the Knight of Coins. But honestly, I feel like this is you just needing to persevere. You've kind of had to just keep going. And the Three of Coins. Yeah, there really is this thing with collaboration. I can see this in the cards. Something that you haven't been able to do yourself. It's like there's been a missing piece that someone else had. And you know, forgiveness can look like a lot of different things. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you have to, you know, keep a toxic person in your life, or that you should tolerate bad behavior. Not at all. But if the words or the things someone did to you is haunting you, you're not getting even, or you're not striking a balance by holding on to those things in yourself. And the Nine of Cups, finding happiness, finding joy. It's about your own happiness. And there is a blessing, there is something materializing here that's taken quite some time. It feels like there's a manifestation that's been blocked. Yes, as I say that, the Empress card. This is beautiful. There is this abundance, and it could be coming from a Taurus, or a Libra, or an Earth sign. Some of you are opening up to love again after being wounded. I'm actually getting a very specific situation because it feels like there was a long-term partnership for some of you that had ended with somebody, and it's taken you quite some time to open up to people again. And it feels quite significant. It feels like this was either a marriage or something that was on track to becoming a marriage that ended. And you're opening yourself up again to love. And this is again a very specific message, so just take what resonates and leave the rest behind for someone else who needs to hear it. But I feel like there's something about pregnancy for some of you. Someone could be finding out that they are pregnant. Others of you might be reconnecting with someone because you find out they are pregnant, or someone they know is pregnant. And this new life, this new beginning, whatever this is, whatever this pregnancy represents, it's bringing you together again. And it's kind of making you see the important things. It's like someone who you have not had in your life, it's like they want you in their life again, or vice versa. You want them in your life again. Let's pull an animal card actually, so far. What is the animal wisdom for Cancer? So we have the lion. And the lion really is a card of emotional strength. I just think of the strength card, to be honest. That's how I'm feeling about this. It's having this emotional composure. Gaining the sense of peace. Not letting your emotions control you. And again, I want to say this too. There's a lot of abundance that is available this month for the collective, but especially for you, Cancer. You have the new moon in Aries, your 10th house, your career, your midheaven. There's this new beginning. So if you've been wanting a fresh start, or you've been wanting to change careers, now might be a good time to set that intention or to take those steps. Because there's so much abundance here for you with the Empress card. And there's also, I want to call them peers, like people who are on your level. That is something that is going to be coming into your life as well. Especially with that 3 of Coins. Let's see. And I know, kind of jumping ahead to the second part of this month, we do have the Scorpio full moon, the same day that Pluto goes retrograde, which is interesting because Pluto actually rules over Scorpio. And this Pluto full moon is happening in your 5th house, which is your house of pleasure, of fun. It can also be called the house of dating, children, and creativity. So these are all areas of your life that could be changed. And I feel like there's just a lot that's shifting for you, Cancer. For some of you, this is you opening yourself up to love again. For others of you, this is actually a child or the birth of something new, a new blessing. And there is this overarching theme of forgiveness that feels really important. Someone could have taken money from you, like there could have been a financial component to this as well. I am kind of seeing that with the Ace of Coins in reverse. Someone could be offering you money back who has borrowed money, or maybe you are giving money back to someone you borrowed from. It feels like kind of a time of clearing out debts. And that's just kind of what Scorpio full moon in general is about. And this is also really interesting because, again, that is when Pluto goes retrograde. It is going to be time to let some things go that are no longer serving you. And I think that's part of what this forgiveness is. It's about letting go of the past, letting go of the old stories, the grievances. It doesn't necessarily mean bringing in, again, toxic energy or just letting whatever slide, but it is important that you find some sort of healing or appreciation for what you gain from that situation or relationship. Yeah, okay, so the Ten of Wands in reverse, letting go of burdens. We were just talking about that. And you also have the Three of Swords. Now, this did come upright, but I feel like this is still talking about healing. And this need to forgive. And there is a Death card. Death is Scorpio energy, but there could be an ending to something. And maybe that's why you need to forgive. You might need to forgive someone who ends something. Let me clarify this energy. Let's clarify the Three of Swords and the Death card, please. So the Queen of Cups, this is actually one of your indicator cards, but it could be involving another water sign, so another Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio. I'm getting another very specific message. I feel like there is a person who is crossed over. I'm actually getting heart complications with Three of Swords who is coming through, and this Scorpio full moon, you might be getting a lot of communication or signs from this person. Something could be ending with a water sign, but honestly, I could very well see this being an end of a chapter for you. And it's a lot of burdens that you've been carrying. The way this actually feels to me, Cancer, the more I'm kind of exploring this energy, it's almost like you're finally grieving something or finally mourning something that you actually lost a while ago. And it almost seems to come out of nowhere. So you might be feeling this sense of grief or this sorrow. You might be crying out of nowhere in the second part of April. And it's almost because energetically you actually let something go and something opened up. It's like a floodgate opened. And it's healthy. It needs to happen. And I think this is actually connected to this Empress card here. In order for you to be open to love vibrationally and energetically, this grieving, this letting go actually does need to take place. Letting down these walls and finally letting yourself feel something that ended. Especially if it was with a water sign. I'm getting strong Cancer energy and I'm getting strong Scorpio energy. Could be Pisces though too. Is there anything else we need to clarify here? The World and the Hanged Man. Okay, interesting. You are definitely gaining new perspectives this month. And maybe that's part of this kind of, this grief that comes up from the past, sort of out of nowhere. You're seeing things from new angles. You're reviewing things. Yet you're moving forward at the same time with the World. And that's what I mean. It's like when you finally healed, or you finally moved on. Ironically, that's sometimes when you feel something the strongest. And that's actually kind of what I'm getting for you, Cancer. And I think this is just going to make sense to those of you this makes sense to. I'm fine with this being sort of a specific message to the people who need to hear it. So if this doesn't quite resonate with you, or you just like a little greater clarity, you are welcome to look at some of the other readings for your moon, rising, or Venus sign. There could be something for you there. But I do just want to see if I can pull a little more for you. Tell me what is going on for Cancer for the month of April 2021. Show me clearly, please. Show me clearly. May all the messages that come forward be in service to the highest good of all beings. May all the messages that come forward be rooted in truth. The King of Wands in reverse. There could be someone who was dealing with like narcissistic tendencies, or you've dealt with a narcissistic person, or someone who had a narcissistic wound. And that is part of this healing process as well. You're letting go of those old stories. Because I really do feel like, again, with this kind of thing of forgiveness, you've been holding yourself back because of what someone did or said to you. And it's almost like you realize you can't heal them. And that's the thing you're letting go. And you can only heal yourself. I'm going to be honest, I'm actually getting like kind of a twin flame energy from this too. Some of you, this could be a person you thought was a twin flame, is what I'm saying. And you're just letting it go. You're putting it down. And it's been, again, it's been a process. It's taken some time for you to do this. But you're gaining a new perspective. Let's pull one more animal card for you. Yeah, the butterfly and the lamb. So the butterfly does actually represent the heart, which kind of, again, feels like sort of confirmation for some of you. This could be talking about an old romantic connection, someone you thought was a twin flame or a soulmate, someone who kind of hurt you very deeply, and you never really allowed yourself to fully feel that pain. You might have been holding out hope that this person would come back or come into your life, and you just needed to kind of hold on. And honestly, I think the thing that you actually need to do is let go. And that's not even saying that this person wouldn't ever come back into your life or anything like that. But what is most healing to you is letting go. And finding peace with this lamb. Finding peace in the surrender. This is honestly kind of interesting because I feel like a lot of this energy is actually what we were doing last month in Pisces season in March. But I still feel like there are some of these themes that you're playing out, Cancer. And again, with lamb, I'm feeling something about the flock, feeling the support of other people. And it's interesting, in like a lion, out like a lamb. That is for April, right? Or is that March? But that just makes me think, like, you could come into this month very ferocious, and you could come from a very content and peaceful place towards the end. There's definitely major transformations that are going on for you this month with the butterfly here. And I'm feeling like for some reason, these new and full moons, well, the moon is your ruling planet in astrology. I feel like these new and full moons are going to be very significant for you. There's going to be new beginnings for your career, but there's also going to be some changes for your heart. And ultimately, I think that's going to take you into a beautiful place, but you have to be willing to feel the pain and the grief that comes up in that process too. And I feel like the isolation is ending. That's a message I keep hearing as well. That could quite literally be talking about isolation, quarantine. It could also be you ending your own isolation, the way you've kept yourself hidden from other people or kept yourself locked up from other people. I want to pull a healing card for you too. So let's pull a healing card for Cancer. What is the healing color for Cancer? Show us clearly, please. And I am just going to read this straight from the book. It offers a guided visualization or exercise to work with this color, but you are welcome to follow your own intuition or figure out a way that this color is calling you to work with it. What is the most healing color for Cancer? What is the healing frequency to Cancer for the month of April? Brown. Establish boundaries. I think this is very important for this forgiveness process as well. Part of the reason this old wound or this person has hurt you so badly is because you don't have a clear sense of boundaries. And this color, this brown color, is helping you ground and to establish boundaries within yourself so you don't take on others' negative energy or the negative stories that other people are telling you about yourself. So brown is a color of earthiness, a direct conduit to nature, animal wisdom, and universal wisdom that creates healthy boundaries and attains a balanced perspective. Connect to nature's healing properties and revive your energy and creativity with brown. Use the brown ray to deepen your connection to the earth and create healthy boundaries. Go outside, find a stick, and draw a circle on the ground. Stand inside the circle. Breathe in some fresh air. Allow the brown rays to connect you to the earth. Say, Divine Light, I choose to create new boundaries for myself and others. I choose to listen to my own guidance and follow it, respect myself, value myself, and love myself. Then state how you would like to be treated by others, and only leave the circle when you feel clear about your boundaries. And something else that comes to mind with this color too, again, some of you have just been closed off, and that's not actually the same thing as having boundaries. Boundaries are something that we maintain in relationship with other people. It's not always looking like cutting people out who say something rude to you or who are hurtful to you. Sometimes that is what boundaries look like, but a lot of the time you actually do need to strike a balance. And I think Cancer, some of you have just been so withdrawn because your boundaries were grossly violated. And now you are trying to figure out a way to have relationship while still honoring your boundaries. And I think that this brown color and this exercise could be really, really helpful for those of you who are struggling with this issue. Those are all the messages I have for you this month, Cancer. I do hope that this was helpful and resonated with you. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Maybe write in the comment section down below what your boundaries are. How do you want to be treated by other people? That could be a great place for you to start manifesting these sorts of relationships. I do have links in the description box for readings and Reiki sessions if you feel like those could be helpful, and I will see you all in the next video. Take care, Cancer. Stay happy and healthy and safe throughout April, and I am wishing you all the best. Hey Leo, this is Michael with your general reading for April 2021. I do hope that this video finds you well and in good spirits. I was connecting to your energy before I started recording here, and honestly, Leo, I feel like of all the signs I've been connecting to so far, your energy actually seems the most centered and composed. So you might be feeling like this month you're kind of the calm one, or the rock in the storm for people. That's just something I'm picking up that could be a theme for some of you. Especially in your families, for whatever reason, there could be a family situation that is currently going on in the month of April, and I feel like somehow you're the one who is stepping up or showing up or being the one who is helping the people kind of stepping in and being like, what do you need? How can I help you? I think that's actually really important for you to be of service in this way throughout this month, Leo. I'm just kind of getting that feeling. We do have a new moon in Aries, which is going to be in your 9th house. And that's going to be happening on April 12th. So that's going to be a time for you to really broaden your horizons. You know, maybe you're making travel plans around that time. I know with the pandemic, that's kind of hard for a lot of people to think about or to look too much into the future. But you could be connecting with other cultures or learning about new ideas or philosophies. Again, whatever it is that you could conceive of that broadens your horizons is going to be very, very important for you. And ultimately, where that new moon falls in your own specific natal chart is going to be very particular to you. And it's important for you to kind of check your own natal chart if you really want to see how these different aspects and transits are going to affect you. But in general, it feels like you're opening yourself up to new things. There's new horizons, new doors that are opening to you. Really interesting. We have the Page of Swords with the Two of Wands here so far. And this Page of Swords is showing up in reverse. Someone might be avoiding a conversation. And I feel like if that's the case with the Judgment card here, whatever it is that someone has whatever it is that someone has been trying to speak around, if there's this conflict or tension or just this weird energy, I honestly feel like it's gonna come up no matter what. That's just kind of a message I am getting. And that could be involving an air sign, so that could be Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, or someone who has a heavy placement in one of those signs. You do also have the Two of Wands. And this reminds me of these new horizons that are opening up for you again. And you feel this calling. You feel you're being called into a new direction. And that might be feeling very clear. Maybe that's what this new moon is actually about. It's the new direction that you're being called to go in your life. We do have some nasty energy at the start of this month, I'm not gonna lie. Because we do have Mercury, which is going to be forming a conjunction in Aries. And this could be bringing up kind of hard conversations, some deep wounds. Something is happening with Neptune this day as well. And with Neptune, it really adds that deep layer. And I know that Saturn in Aquarius is trining with the North Node in Gemini on this day as well. And it's bringing up a lot of things that are holding us back from our destiny, actually, and like preventing us from living our most authentic selves. Like, these are going to be really big things that actually come up this month. And there's a lot of blessings this month. There's a lot of opportunities that are actually coming up, astrologically speaking. And the astrology of this month is super interesting. If you go to the blog down below, linked in my description box, you will notice a lot of these days will have like one day where there's like 3 or 4 aspects all happening at once. And we have several days that are like this. So there's some key dates. I know that the 9th is going to be kind of a challenging day. There's going to be growth from that. However, I know the 17th is also a very key day as well. And that's when there's going to be a lot of these opportunities that I'm talking about, a lot of these new beginnings. And that's actually with Mars in Gemini and Mercury in Aries. These two planets are in mutual reception. I kind of talked about this in the intro of the video, but Mars naturally rules over Aries and is in Gemini, and Mercury, which naturally rules over Gemini, is going to be in Aries. And this is going to make this aspect on the 17th so much more powerful and bring lots of opportunities around this time. And there's something here, Leo, this month where you're really just feeling like this wind that is trying to pick you up and carry you and bring you someplace else. I do feel that for you. But I want to clarify why the Page of Swords in reverse is showing up. Some of you have kind of lost your sense of adventure, and that's going to be returning for you. That's going to be a really important thing for you to reconnect with this month, because I feel like your life is about to take you into an interesting direction. And with the High Priestess in reverse, some of you are having a hard time following your intuition and following your guidance. But I actually do feel like, again, someone has been trying to keep something secret, or someone has been trying to keep something on the down low, or not really address things. And there could be something dramatic that finally comes to the surface. And I feel like you'll know about it pretty early on this month, if this is the message that's for you. What else do we have here? I think we just had, yep, we just had a tower, but the tower is in reverse. So, this big announcement, or this big thing that happens, it's not necessarily a bad thing. With the tower in reverse, it might not be as big of a deal as it seems like, but you might be feeling kind of shaken up, at least at first. I do feel like with this tower in reverse, walls are coming down. Whatever it was that someone was trying to hide, or whatever it was that someone was trying to just keep up and maintain, is no longer something that can be maintained. Things are going to be really obvious with the Judgment card here. And this is going to be made really, really clear what it is that hasn't been working. And it almost makes me feel like this isn't even something that's new, or something that you didn't see coming. I feel like you kind of saw this coming from a mile away, or something already happened, and now there's sort of this aftershock. That's a good way of thinking of this. Whatever this tower is for you this month, I don't feel like it's something new, but it feels like an aftershock from kind of a dramatic situation or ending that happened previous. And you do have the Six of Cups here in reverse as well. This actually could be someone coming back from the past, and you might be closing off that chapter once and for all, for good. This could be a romantic connection. You could be kind of dealing with these same stories again. I am actually kind of picking that up for some of you. Whether these stories are with this specific person, or just patterns in your love life in general that are kind of coming to the surface. We do have a lot of emphasis this year in your opposite sign, in Aquarius, which is about your relationships and partnerships, and the way that you approach your relationships and partnerships. So looking at things like attachment style is going to be really important for you this year. Figuring out how you kind of manifest the same people or patterns over and over again in your relationships. Or maybe kind of reviewing what is working. It doesn't always have to be negative, but I feel like whatever it was that hasn't been resolved, whatever it was that has not, had kind of a proper apology, Leo, I actually do feel like that will be happening this month. There is going to be proper closure to something. Closure, that's another word that kind of comes to mind with these cards. Something that happens suddenly, or so suddenly it's like there wasn't proper closure. You're going to be getting that, or you're going to be working on a relationship or a situation with the Judgment card here and trying to set things right. So let's pull an animal card, get a sense of the energy so far, what we can kind of embody here. Interesting. So you had Gazelle and Elephant kind of pop out here. And these two cards are very beautiful. They're both fire cards, so we are in your element this month, especially being in Aries season. And Elephant is this beautiful energy because it is kind of this unstoppable force. There's a lot of blessings that are coming again. And Gazelle is having this sense of peace. This is really, really important. To be honest with you, with Elephant, it's like I keep thinking of never forgetting, like having that memory for the past. Whatever it was that happened in the past that wasn't resolved or healed, or just kind of left a weird air between you and somebody else, again, I feel like it is coming back up, but you have a lot of strength this time. And with this Gazelle, I feel like you actually are dealing with the situation with a lot of grace. And for some of you, this could be a romantic situation. For others of you, I am also getting like a family situation, specifically with the maternal side, the matriarchy, with the elephant card that actually comes through. And I feel like some of you have actually been trying to avoid a conversation or a topic with someone, and it's actually not as big of a deal as you thought it was. That's sort of that Tower in reverse energy as well. Like there's this conversation that you know you've needed to have and you've sort of been putting off with someone, and it's like if you just had it, Leo, I honestly feel like you would see it wasn't actually that big of a deal. Or maybe there was a conversation that happened or a fight or disagreement and you kind of go back on it and you sort of see, actually, this wasn't as big of a deal as I thought it was. Or maybe we were just kind of catastrophizing in the situation. I do sort of see that. Let's pull some more cards. Let's get a little more clarity here for you. Let's look at the second half of April now as well, kind of where all of this is going. But this seems like really interesting energy. Things are not as intense as they actually appear to be, and I know the energy at the start of April can feel quite intense, especially again around the 9th. We were talking about that, but it felt like you were kind of being the calm, collected, and centered one, Leo. You're sort of the one setting the tone and creating the container for these conversations to occur. And it's like you kind of get to decide the energy. So what do we have for Leo for the second half of April? Where is all of this going? Whoops. The Hermit card, this inner wisdom. You're kind of embodying this Hermit energy yourself. Could also be dealing with a Virgo. We also have Scorpio and Aries with the Tower energy, as well as that air sign energy. But again, when I think of the Hermit, I do think of the Master. I feel like you are stepping into your mastery. That's very, very interesting. And this Nine of Swords in reverse. Again, there's something you're catastrophizing, and I think the more you kind of observe this and get perspective on it, the more you see that. The Knight of Coins, so Virgo energy again, or another earth sign, Taurus or Capricorn. You could be going to one of these people and they are helping you gain more perspective. Again, the Virgo energy here is really, really strong. And just saying, I'm a Virgo, so if you feel like you need to get a reading with me, this could be an invitation. I'm not gonna lie. But whoever this is, this person doesn't have to be a Virgo. This could be someone that you're kind of going to, this mentor, this hermit that you're seeking, this wise person who's helping you see things from a new perspective, to kind of not be in this catastrophic way of thinking about things, jumping to worst case scenario. That actually seems to be the thing or the theme this month. It's like you're realizing your tendency to do that. And this sort of comes in when you have this kind of dramatic conversation or this thing that you've sort of been avoiding. You realize, oh, I was making a way bigger deal out of this than I needed to. And maybe I'm doing this in other areas of my life. Again, the earth sign energy is very strong with the Queen of Coins. And you could be building a lot of stability for yourself as well. And again, I do want to stress that this could also be a family situation that's coming up as well. Let's pull one more animal card here. What is the animal wisdom for Leo? The Unicorn. I really do feel like there is this spiritual mentor that you are connecting with towards the end of the month. This is really interesting, and I'm thinking around the Scorpio full moon. And I actually feel like this person is helping you do inner child work, or helping you look at your past and your old trauma, where you come from, your ancestry, your roots. And there's a lot of healing that comes from doing this work. And some of you really are building a new foundation for yourself. I would even say some of you could be moving towards the end of the month, or manifesting a new place to live. Let's pull one more card. Yeah, there's something that someone can help you see with the Four of Cups. And this could be a person that you know, or it could be someone you don't know very well. But with the third eye here with the unicorn, it's like you're seeing patterns, you're making connections towards the end of the month that you didn't necessarily make before. And it's helping you build a lot more stability in your relationships and your life overall with the Knight and the Queen of Coins here. And it's also helping you get a better handle on your mental health if that's something that you've been struggling with. It's like you find this missing piece that you've always had. And if you're feeling like there's something in that for you, an answer, like the thing you're looking for, you already have. That's a message for some of you. Is there anything else? Three of Cups. And the Four of Wands. Yeah, there is something here to celebrate. There is a blessing coming your way, and you could be reconnecting with people. And these people could be helping you, again, see things from new perspectives, help you kind of work things out. Or they could be coming to you. These could be people who are coming to you, and you're the hermit. That's also possible. Or the wise person, I should say. However this energy comes into your life, it actually feels quite beautiful, Leo, because I feel like it's helping you see things from a different perspective. Like, I'm not as messed up as I thought I was. I felt that for some of you. That's really interesting. And those are all the messages I'm getting. I hope that this was helpful. I hope that this resonated. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below what is going on for all of you. I do have links for personal readings or Reiki sessions in the description box down below. And I will see you all in the next video. Have a happy and safe April, Leo. I am wishing you all the best. Hey Virgo, this is Michael with your general reading for April 2021. I do hope that this video finds you well and in good spirits. I know that April is going to be a bit of a crazy month for you, and it's not that Mercury is going retrograde or anything like that, but Mercury is up to quite a bit this month, and Mercury, as you may know, is your ruling planet. So Mercury is starting off in the sign of Pisces and will be entering into Aries around the 3rd, and it will actually go from Aries into Taurus on the 19th. And there's quite a bit that's actually happening with the collective this month. I was kind of talking about this at the beginning of the reading, where Mercury touching onto Chiron towards the 9th of the month, the 9th of April, really could be bringing up some kind of painful emotions, especially with Mars in Gemini squaring in Neptune in Pisces, and with the North Node trining with Saturn on the 9th. All of this is happening in one day. There could be a lot of intense emotions that are coming up, and the way I'm feeling this energy for you, Virgo, really the whole month, is you really asking yourself, how am I getting in the way of my own happiness? How have I preventing myself from feeling joy? And I know a lot of you are like, Michael, this year has just been so hard. What are you talking about? Like, I haven't been getting in the way of my own happiness. It's everything else that's been going on. But honestly, Virgo, I really think that's just going to be kind of a theme you keep circling back to throughout this month. And there could be conversations that you have with other people that brings up old wounds, but honestly, all of this is really happening for the sake of you living the life that you are destined to live. That's kind of what the North Node talks about. It's this destiny, these lessons that we're learning, and the North Node does have quite a bit of action as well. Again, the 9th is very significant because your ruling planet is coming together with Chiron, which is the wounded healer. And it might feel a little bit painful, I'm not gonna lie. But Virgo, I feel like with whatever is going on with your energy, it's just, you're kind of taking it all in stride, which is really interesting. And that's not to say that there won't be any blessings this month or it's going to be all bad. There's actually a lot of really incredible stuff this month. And I think it's going to be you kind of airing out your dirty laundry, or someone else airing out their dirty laundry. And it's actually going to help you really create the life that you actually want. You know, with all of this Aries energy, there is a focus on your 8th house. And I think that's kind of what's bringing these secrets or these things to the surface that really need to come to the surface for you. And this new moon on the 12th in Aries is really going to be a significant time for a lot of you to really transform and really set these powerful new intentions and really just go there in your life and look at the things you've not wanted to look at. That's kind of a theme for the whole collective this month. Whatever it is that you've been trying to avoid or whatever it is that you've been trying to sweep under the rug, well, it probably isn't going to stay there very long. The universe just has a way of making us face the things that we're trying to avoid. And honestly, I don't think it's so bad once it actually, you know, happens, once you're kind of face to face with these things. So the cards I have so far for you, Virgo, we have the 5 of coins in the reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse, and the 7 of Cups in reverse. So there's a lot of reversals here so far. I do feel like with this Queen of Cups, there could be a water sign that you recently had a falling out with. That could be Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio. Doesn't have to be though. I actually do get the sense sometimes with the Queen of Cups, especially when she's in reverse, that someone was gaslighting you or someone was kind of making you feel a little bit crazy and being like, I don't know why you thought this. I don't know why you thought I was going to be here for you with this 5 of coins. This is something that you just decided I was going to do for you. But really, I actually do feel like this person was being a bit deceptive or not being completely transparent with you in some way. I'm just saying that because the 7 of Cups here in reverse with the Queen of Cups here, there does make me feel like there have been some mind games. And someone kind of left you out in the cold because of that. Or left you with more work than your fair share. And I feel like the first part of this month, the first part of April, is you really dissecting through all of this. And being like, okay, what was in my head? What was an assumption I made? And what is something that I actually feel like this person told me? I do feel like some of you are coming out of a hard time though, which is good with the 5 of Pentacles in reverse. Financially, things could have been pretty tight. You might have been struggling with your health. Whatever it was that you've been going through, I do feel like you're leaving that behind you, at least in the first part of April. You're moving forward. But I feel like there's also some options or some possibilities that you're kind of straining through. moving forward, or you're paring down possibilities. Like if you've been dealing with a chronic health condition, you're getting closer to narrowing down what's going on. Or if there's just any sort of situation in your life where you're trying to figure out what is going on, what do you do next, I do feel like you are starting to boil down some of the waste, so to speak, and you're really getting closer to an answer here. But honestly, with this Queen of Cups in reverse, Virgo, I did feel like some of you were almost a bit despondent. Like whatever it is that's going on, you almost feel a little detached. That's not always how I read the Queen of Cups in reverse, but that is how it's kind of feeling with your energy and this just sort of sense of disconnect here. Someone really disappointed you. And again, it could be this water sign with this Five of Cups. And maybe that's kind of what has caused you to emotionally shut down. There were games that were played. Or someone is still trying to play these games. But honestly, Virgo, I don't think you could let yourself be played even if you wanted to be at this point. That's just sort of the energy I'm getting. Exactly. The Sun card with the High Priestess. Something has become abundantly clear to you. And it probably wasn't clear for some time. I think it really took time for you to see something you didn't necessarily want to see. But with this clarity, it gives you a chance at real happiness. And if someone was trying to keep a secret, again, not gonna stay secret very long. And I think that could be talking about the 9th, when there's a lot of stuff coming from beneath the surface. I use the image of a geyser in my astrology blog, and I was actually specifically thinking about that day and kind of these scalding words that could be exchanged. This thing that's just sort of erupting to the surface. It might not even be a relationship or a communication with somebody else. It could even just be something that's going on in the news, or something that's kind of just becoming very obvious. Whatever it was that was kind of bubbling beneath the surface is now boiling to the surface. Let's see. Let's actually pull an animal card for this energy so far. Wow, okay. The Phoenix and the Cosmic Egg. These are very big cards because you are ending cycles in a very big way. The Phoenix card does represent the root chakra or Muladhara. And you do also have the Cosmic Egg, which is the crown chakra here. So I'm thinking of new beginnings and endings. I'm thinking of you grounding your spirituality and really finding a spiritual practice that is actually practical for you. I do feel like you're seeing things very objectively, but you're also seeing things from many perspectives at the same time. There is definitely a rebirth that is going on for you, Virgo. And we were kind of talking about Aries being your 8th house and this sort of rebirth and an intense transformation that you're going through. There is quite a bit of intensity here, and I dare even say a spiritual awakening that is happening with the Sun and the High Priestess. Your intuition could be very, very strong this month, or you're reclaiming these intuitive gifts that you have. And again, whatever it was that kind of went on with this water sign could also be a Leo energy or even a Cancer energy. I think you're letting go of old patterns and you're allowing things to be transformed now. You're not fighting things anymore. You're not preventing yourself from seeing things that don't look good because you know it's not going to make you happy in the end anyways. So kind of some big and heavy energy, not gonna lie. But again, Virgo, I feel like you're taking all of this with stride and you're just seeing as it is. I don't feel like you're being washed up in all of these emotions, even though there is a 5 of Cups here, because you had the 5 of Coins in reverse. Like, you're kind of just tired of this keep happening to you. And I think reciprocity is going to be a big theme for you this month as well. What relationships or who in your life is being reciprocal with the energy that you're giving them? And those answers may actually surprise you. The relationships that have always been there might be the ones that you don't necessarily think of first. What do we have for Virgo? Let's look at the second half of April now. And again, you know, this first part of the month, it really is like weeding with all this Aries energy. And we may very well continue this energy, especially with Pluto going retrograde right at the end of the month on the full moon, which is going to be occurring in Scorpio. So again, some intense energy there. But let's see, what is going on for Virgo? There's a lot that's going to be happening. I feel like you're going through a lot of different life cycles this month. I feel like April is going to be one of those months where it's like, it feels like a lot of months in one for you. Again, which makes sense because your ruling planet is very busy, starting off in Pisces, ending in Taurus, conjuncting Chiron on the 9th. And your ruling planet Mercury is actually going to be in mutual reception with Mars in Gemini. So what mutual reception means, I talked about this at the beginning of the video, you have ruling planets that are in each other's signs. So for April, Mars, which naturally rules over Aries, is going to be in Gemini, and Mercury, which normally rules over Gemini, is going to be in Aries. So you have this really powerful exchange of energies, and it brings a lot of opportunities, specifically around the 17th. I do feel like there is something that's going to be happening for a lot of people around that time with new opportunities. And that's going to be affecting you a lot, again, because Mercury is your ruling planet as well. You share it with Gemini. You're kind of cousins. But the way that Mercury is showing up, it's actually giving you a lot of focus when the energy is sort of scattered or sort of all over the place. And when Mercury goes into the sign of Taurus, it's going to be much more stable. Your energy is going to stabilize, and I think there's going to be a lot of progress that you're going to be making here. So far we have the Six of Swords in reverse with the Knight of Wands. So again, we were dealing with some water energy, but we also had some fire energy with that Sun as Leo. Could also be Sagittarius or Aries here. And the Six of Swords in reverse. I feel like someone, if this is a relationship where you just keep getting burned by someone, I would not be surprised if they came back yet again. I'm gonna say that. Do with that what you will. But I'm kind of seeing the Six of Swords in reverse as someone having a hard time moving forward. And to be honest, Virgo, I don't feel like it's you. I really feel like you've just genuinely gotten to a point either with this person or in your life where you can't go on doing the same things anymore. You have the Phoenix, you have the cosmic egg, you've seen things very clearly. You've had this higher perspective with the cosmic egg, and it's making you make changes to your daily life with the Phoenix. And there's this big rebirth that's happening, and again, kind of making me think of the Phoenix and the Knight of Wands here. You're riding on this Phoenix. There's this new beginning for you, this huge rebirth. What else do we have for Virgo? Show me clearly, please. Yeah, the Seven of Swords. Someone just still is not being direct with you. Could be you. It really, maybe it could be you, but the way I almost see that is you trying to get happiness in places that you're not meant to. That's a huge theme for you towards the end of this month. We were kind of talking about this, especially around this full moon. And especially as we are entering into this Taurus season, towards the end of the month. And when Pluto goes retrograde in Capricorn, which again happens the same day as the Scorpio full moon, that is going to be you becoming very aware of how you sabotage your own happiness. And that might be what the Seven of Swords represents. It's not always other people. We can try and sneak up on ourselves and sabotage things for ourselves. Although if you are dealing with a water or fire sign, someone who has heavy water or fire in their chart, could very well be talking about them. Or you might just be feeling their energy around you. I'm kind of seeing that as well with the High Priestess and the Sun. Like, you've seen this person's pattern, you've seen the patterns here already. Man, and I feel exhausted for you, Virgo. Do we have any other advice here? Let's take a closer look. The Lovers in reverse. Yeah, this really could be a romantic thing. Could be involving a Gemini. And again, it's how committed are you to your own happiness? Something could be out of balance in yourself. And I hate to say, Virgo, if things have felt out of balance in your relationships, really doing our shadow work here, we can kind of look at how sometimes we can give and give and give of ourselves almost as a form of manipulation, or proving or earning love. That's really why we would do something like that at the core of it. But it's almost like you're trying to get someone to care about you who just seems very selfish or self-centered, or just doesn't seem healthy emotionally. The Three of Wands in reverse and Two of Swords. Yeah, there could even be blocked communication for some of you. But you're still feeling that energy circling around you. You still feel them. And again, Phoenix is a really good energy to call on to kind of burn away old karmas, old karmic relationships, lessons that you had to learn. And if someone is trying to come back from the past, you really have to make sure that something is different here. I'm just going to say that. Obviously, this is a general reading, so we can't speak for everybody and give everyone the same exact advice. But if there's an old situation, old relationship that keeps coming back, someone who has you in their web with a spider, be discerning. Be very, very discerning. I think you've seen things very clearly, to be honest with you. And when I see the spider as sort of advice for you, Virgo, I feel like you're actually supposed to be weaving a web for yourself. And whatever it is or whoever it is that you attract when you do something that you love, when you do something that comes naturally to you, that is going to be the right person for you, or the right situation for you. I do feel like you are focusing on something really like focused on something that you love. It could be a hobby, it could be work. There's actually some abundance that could be coming in for you as well. But honestly, I feel like there's this energy that's around you that you're kind of clearing the cobwebs with, so to speak. And I just feel like this could continue to be a pattern for some of you. Let's pull a little more. Any other advice for Virgo? Or any other messages that we should be aware of? Okay. King of Coins. Yeah, there is a lot of ability for you to be very stable and abundant this month, especially as we are entering into Taurus season. And for some of you, if this is like a work situation or a partner that you've been trying to do something with and they keep screwing you over, I think you're kind of just helping yourself out. Something is definitely out of balance with the Temperance card in reverse, and I think that's just going to take time. I honestly don't think there's anything that you can do differently in this situation, Virgo, that is going to change them. In fact, I almost think standing up for yourself is the one thing that might have a chance, because I feel like there's kind of just been this pattern with this person. And you feel like you need to change it. And that's not really up to you. You can only change yourself. And that's kind of this thing I was getting at with you at the very beginning. Like, I know it feels like it's other people who are ruining your happiness or the situations around you, but you're choosing to participate in them, or you're drawn to these people for a reason. Because there's something familiar in that. There's a story in that. And I actually think you're claiming your own power by no longer trying to control other people or situations to get your happiness from. I do want to pull a color healing card for you, Virgo. And you're welcome to use these colors in whatever way makes sense. I will just be reading straight from the book. But you can use this kind of as directed, whatever the guided meditation or exercise is, or if something else comes to mind, you're welcome to use that as well. Maybe visualize this color around you. But we're just looking for the healing frequency for Virgo. What is the most healing color for Virgo throughout the month of April? Show me clearly. So let's see what we have for you. Turquoise, awaken your empathy. And I was going to say again, you know, there was something about your emotions kind of being shut down. Let's see what this card has to say. So turquoise, awaken your empathy. Turquoise inspires the use of communication with feelings, builds confidence in your abilities, connects you with your intuition, and awakens your empathy. Turquoise makes ancient wisdom available and provides a sense of connection to your inner mastery. Hold something turquoise to awaken your empathy for others. When you empathize with people, you let go of your judgments and place yourself in their shoes. Allow your spirit to soften and receive an opportunity to support, encourage, and inspire others. Hold something turquoise, a crystal, some fabric, a flower, to remind you of your ability to help others. Then tell someone who needs to hear it that you care about them. The biggest way to prevent disease is to show others that they matter. Say, I now place myself in others' shoes and talk to them from a place of love and compassion. And this is really interesting, Virgo, because I do feel like you're kind of stepping into the role of bigger person, especially if there have been others who've kind of just been playing games with you or keep burning you. Maybe you just need to see them from a more compassionate perspective. And that doesn't mean justify their behavior, but kind of see how, well, maybe if you have this sort of cycle of using people or kind of just burning people, it's probably a very lonely way to live. And again, like, as much as you could be playing games trying to earn love, I think this person might be doing that too, or they might be playing out this narrative of how they are not actually worthy of love. And they may have done that with you too. I still think it's important to be empathetic, but that does not mean be a pushover either. That doesn't mean, have no boundaries whatsoever. I do feel like for some of you, activating the higher heart chakra, the thymus chakra, could be very important as well. I know it is sort of this turquoise color here, and you may need to speak from the heart. And I feel like you're kind of bringing in the realness. You're very candid this month, Virgo. You're kind of being the container here where real conversations and real transformation can take place. And those are all the messages I have in store. I know this was kind of just felt like a very straightforward read, a little heavy, but we kind of just got straight to the point. I do hope that this was helpful and what some of you needed to hear. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below how this turquoise color resonated with you, if you feel like this is going to be a very healing color for you. Also, spending time near water, I'm feeling that with turquoise for a lot of you could be a good way to kind of balance out your energy. I do feel like there's quite a bit of abundance coming your way, Virgo, so keep hard at work, keep focusing on what you need to focus on, and I think there's going to be plenty of blessings for you by the end of the month as well. If you would like a personal reading or a Reiki session, all of my links are down below, and of course you can check out your other placements, your moon, rising, or Venus signs, and see if there are any messages in those readings for you as well. I will see you all in the next month, Virgo. Take care and have a happy April. Hey Libra, this is Michael with your general reading for April 2021. I do hope that this video finds you well and in good spirits. I know we had a full moon that was recently in your sign right at the end of March. I hope that was lovely and rejuvenating for you. I know for a lot of people it really did kind of upset the equilibrium, being in your sign, being in the scales. I hope you were able to strike that balance that this new full moon was asking you to make. And it's interesting, right as I say that, Two of Coins in reverse, something feeling a little out of balance. Maybe needing to let go of possibilities or opportunities for now. And kind of being in transition. I feel like this Two of Coins, kind of thinking about this month as well, being an Aries season, we are actually in your relationship season. And Aries energy, ironically for you, Libra, really is a good time for you to manifest a new relationship, if that's something that you've been trying to cultivate in your life. Or if you want to heal your attachment style, the way you kind of feel in your relationships overall, and that doesn't have to just be romantic. I think a lot of what is happening in this cycle for you, Libra, is you're becoming aware of yourself, you're becoming aware of the things that are out of balance for you, and how that affects your relationships. And with these sort of healing crises, you're able to resolve these old wounds and manifest better relationships for yourself overall. Some of you, things could also feel a little financially unstable. The Two of Coins and the Page of Coins in reverse. There could be some financial loss for sure that you're kind of in the wake of at the start of this month, or things are just kind of feeling tight. Some of you may have even lost a job or lost work. There is kind of this lacking of confidence with the Page of Coins. I'm sort of seeing that be a theme in the first part of this month. You're lacking confidence in your abilities or in your skills, or in your ability to create abundance for yourself. And that could have to do with something someone said with the Five of Wands, or things that you've internalized from other people. There could be a lot of competition in either a field or in an area of interest that you have. And that could be this lack of confidence. Let's clarify this energy. Why is the Page of Coins in reverse and the Five of Wands here? Show me clearly. Two of Cups, interesting. Yeah, so there could be like a rivalry between you and another person. And, you know, this insecurity could also be what's affecting your relationships as well. I honestly feel like, Libra, you sort of need to expose yourself. Like, if you're feeling like you're not good enough, I think if you had a heart-to-heart conversation with someone, they might be able to show you that that's not true. But you're feeling really guarded or defensive from that. And so you kind of just stay in this energy of not wanting to be vulnerable, not wanting to expose this wound. Because you're afraid someone might say something to hurt you. Let's clarify the energy a little more. Why is the Two of Coins in reverse here with the Page of Coins in reverse? Show me clearly. The Knight of Coins and the Empress in reverse. So you are trying to build some sort of abundance or stability in your life, and it might be taking more time than you hoped it would. For some of you, you're trying to create something new, have a new project. Could even be talking about pregnancy for a few of you. Something that's just been taking a long time. But I don't feel like it's the opportunity is gone. It might feel like there's a missed opportunity for you at the start of April, but honestly, Libra, I feel like this story is coming up because it's showing you where your self-esteem wound is. And that's kind of what this full moon might have been setting you up for as well. But yeah, I feel like there's something that you've been working kind of hard at, and it's been slow progress. And you've internalized that to mean something about you. And I think that's actually kind of easy to do in this kind of law of attraction sort of community. Where it's like if you don't manifest something, it's almost like kind of this parental dynamic that we're projecting. Like we're doing something wrong then. I must be doing something wrong. I must not be good enough. And with the butterfly, it just tells me you're going through transformation right now. Things just aren't ready. Things just aren't settled. The energy just isn't settled right now. You're going through a flux. There's this sort of transformation that's been challenging, or this transition in your life that's been challenging, and butterfly is just reminding you to be gentle with yourself. And again, the butterfly does talk about the heart. And if this stability isn't talking about work or job or money, it could be talking about a stable relationship, or in any area in your life where you feel like you don't have stability. Maybe you don't feel like you have any sort of stability right now, and everything is just in flux and everything is changing and shifting. But this change is actually beautiful. Things are shifting. Okay. Let's pull a little more. Yeah, something is shifting pretty quickly. Towards the middle and end of the month here with the 8 of Wands. There could be a new opportunity. There could be new messages, new people. And it feels quite sudden. Because it feels like things were kind of going slow, or you were putting in a lot of effort and it just wasn't going the way you wanted it to. Magician, sudden manifestation. What this is beginning to feel like, Libra, when you stop judging yourself and trying to compare your life to where you think it should be, and making the life you currently have as wrong, like the current chapter or phase you're in, I think you're actually able to manifest even faster. Because there's something about resistance here. You are in resistance to where you perceive you are at because you're making it mean something about yourself. And that's actually the problem. The story or the wound or the self-belief that you have, and not so much the situation you're attaching it to, or the lack of a situation or relationship that you're attaching it to. Yeah, the 10 of Wands. This is what I'm talking about. There was so much weight that you're holding on to. There's so much burden. And it's almost like if you just accept you're in the chapter that you're in, even if it's not where you ultimately want to be, something frees you in that. And it could be bringing in new manifestations. It could be bringing in new relationships. It could be bringing in new jobs, more money, more stability. Six of Cups, healing the past. There could be an apology from someone. I really feel like this sextile that's going to be happening on the 17th, again, could be a really good time for a new relationship to manifest, especially if you do a little manifestation on the new moon in Aries on the 12th. There could be new opportunities for love. It could be that relationships also open doors for you. Some of you are also traveling to somewhere you've been before. You're returning somewhere. I'm kind of getting that with the 8 of Wands and the 6 of Cups, and it's something that's very healing to you. You do have the King of Cups, or I'm sorry, the King of Coins here as well, which is a lot of stability, a lot of abundance. We were talking about this. This is really, really nice to see. You could also be connecting with an earth sign. So it could be Taurus energy with the Empress card as well. Could also be Virgo or Capricorn. We do have Virgo energy with the Magician, and we also have Gemini energy with the Magician. So these could kind of be energies that you are interacting with. People don't have to have these signs, but there's someone who's very focused on work, who's a very hard worker. And I feel like you're finding your own stability and your own sense of abundance as well. Some of you could be reconnecting with someone from the past. With the 6 of Cups and the Eight of Wands, especially if this Magician is another person. So it could be Virgo or Gemini. Or your heart is just in a really good place that it hasn't been in for a long time. Excuse me. So let's see. Is there any other messages for Libra? Excuse me, I'm so sorry about that. I've been talking all night here. Are some of you feeling a little, like, choked out? Or like you can't speak? Okay. What else do we have for Libra? Yeah, I kind of got like the cobwebs in my throat chakra. Like some of you haven't spoken up for quite some time. And that could be the thing that's returning. Your voice with the Six of Cups. It's almost like you let go of your manifestations. You let go of your own dreams. Let's pull some more animal wisdom for you. Deer and fox. Ooh, this is actually a really nice combination because this is telling me that there is something very sweet coming in. I know in this animal spirit deck, the fox often does represent reaching out, making a connection. And it does sometimes signify partnership, whether that is a business partnership or a romantic partnership. There is this new beginning here with the deer. And again, there's a lot of earth energy. I have to say that. There's a lot of earth energy on the table. So there could be an earth sign coming into your life. This could also just be you wanting more stable relationships in general. And with this deer energy, this spring, there's new growth, there's new blessings, there's new beginnings. And there's just a lot of abundance. And again, whatever it is that you want, I do think you're actually supposed to pursue something a bit this month, Libra, because when I think of fox, it's sort of this sighting where you kind of look out and it darts off into the woods. You see this fox one moment and then it's gone the next. And you might interpret that as it's just gone for good. You're not supposed to have this thing. But if you actually followed it a little bit, it's almost like the universe is kind of playing games with you, teasing you a little bit. Are you going to move forward? Are you going to try and pursue this thing that you want? Are you going to be the magician and kind of go for it? Because I really do feel like it's that simple, Libra. With the Magician, the Six of Cups, and the Eight of Wands all together here, it's like you're realizing your manifestations, the things you've wanted to create for yourself, haven't gone anywhere. You've just kind of given up on them. Is there anything else for Libra here? Anything else for Libra? Interesting. So, Eight of Swords, Lovers in reverse, Page of Wands in reverse. I feel like this is talking about how some of you are keeping yourself closed off to love or connection or intimacy without realizing it. Again, it's like you're getting in your own way. Or if there's something that you want to do that you love, and you just don't feel inspired with the Page of Wands in reverse, the reason you might not feel inspired is because you're not doing the things that you love. And there's almost this weird circular thing for you, Libra, where it's like, the problem is kind of the solution. Or the question is the answer. Something like that. What do you want to do? What does make you feel happy? What does bring your heart joy? Maybe you need to start exploring those things. And that might not come to you right away until you start trying and getting to know yourself. It's almost like dating yourself. Especially if it's been quite some time since you've connected to your own heart. But again, there's something very exciting. There's a lot of new blessings here. And things aren't as bad as it seems. With the Eight of Swords, I know we sort of talked about that at the start of the reading. It's like you think you need to be, your life needs to look a specific way. But you could actually be using that to deter yourself from trying. I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive, but I am getting that message for some of you. You're using kind of how you think your life should be as a reason not to try. It's like this fear of failure. If I don't try, I can't fail. When it's really like, if you don't succeed, you just find another way. You keep trying, Libra. I think that's something that's really important, especially this month. I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of beautiful blessings this month, for sure. But we do need to be willing to kind of figure it out as we go with this sort of Mars and Gemini energy, this mutual reception that I was talking about earlier. We really do need to be willing to be adaptable and to kind of think on our feet a little bit in this process. And I think that will help you get unstuck as well. So those are all the messages that I have for you this month, Libra. I do hope that this was helpful and gave you some things to think about. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below how it is you might be getting in the way of your own happiness, how you might be sabotaging things. What is this story of how you think your life should be that is actually preventing you from moving forward? And how can you instead use that to kind of inspire your actions and your next steps? I'll be very curious to hear, and I sometimes think writing these things out can just help us really cement these concepts. I do have links in the description box for personal readings or Reiki sessions if you feel like those could be helpful for you as well. And of course, all the timestamps are down below if you'd like to look at one of the other readings for your moon, rising, or Venus sign. There may be a message for you there as well. And I will see you all in the next video. Take care, Libra. Have a happy and safe April, and I will see you next time. Take care. Hey Scorpio, this is Michael joining you from the following day, which is why it is now light out and why I have changed. We are going to be pulling to see what we have in store for you for the month of April 2021. I know the astrology is really interesting this month. I was kind of talking about this in the intro, and I've been telling all the other signs. We have your ruling planet is actually in mutual reception with Mercury. And I'm talking about Mars here. You actually have two, being Scorpio, two ruling planets. But Mars is in the sign of Gemini, and Mercury is in the sign of Aries, when naturally Mars is one of the rulers of Aries. It, again, also rules your sign. And Mercury, which naturally rules over Gemini, is currently in Aries. So you have this kind of back and forth between the Aries and Gemini energy. And for you specifically, where this is kind of landing, this is actually helping you uncover a lot of secrets, uncover the deeper meaning of things, and it's also helping you figure out better routines for yourself, figure out things that work for you and are conducive for you and your health. These are actually going to be pretty major themes throughout the month for you, Scorpio. What are the messages we have for Scorpio here? What are the messages? Show me clearly, please. The first card we actually have is the Eight of Swords. Some of you are feeling stuck this month, and this is kind of what I was talking about with these secrets coming out, or realizing what isn't working for you, what's making you feel stuck or weighed down in your life. And for some of you, this really is like you holding yourself back. There could be a bit of tunnel vision in your life that is preventing you from seeing things super clearly. You have the Nine of Wands and the Hierophant here, so some of you could actually be feeling very drained or worn down. It could have to do with another person. This could actually be talking about a Taurus energy. But to be honest with you, I almost feel like you need to seek help, Scorpio. You need to be open to receiving help or advice from other people, because you're just so worn down in a situation. You're not seeing things really clearly anymore. You might be doubting yourself. You're kind of just seeing how you are holding yourself back again. And this is really going to be thematic for you throughout April. And the energy of the month could be pretty frustrating, because there is this desire to move forward and for things to happen, but you're feeling sort of stuck, actually. What else do we have for Scorpio? We do have the Chariot. So there is this desire to move forward. Things could be moving, but there's a roadblock with the Eight of Swords. There's a delay. And I do feel like with this Aries new moon on the 12th, it is really important, Scorpio, that you are changing your routines up, or recommitting to routines that are good for you or healthy for you. I actually think that's going to be the thing that helps you get some lift or some momentum here with the Chariot. There is a situation that you need to take control of, or maybe it's your own mind, your own mental health. You're kind of getting the reins on things. Or there is someone who is helping you do that. Again, could be a Taurus energy with the Hierophant. We do also have Cancer energy here with the Chariot. Let's clarify some of these cards. Show me clearly. The Knight of Cups in reverse. This could be about a relationship for some of you. Whatever it is, I feel like it's very important to your heart. It's something that you value. You're having a hard time pursuing something that matters a lot to you. And some of you really do need to trust your intuition more. Yeah, the Two of Wands in reverse. You're doubting the direction that you should go in. And maybe that's why there's this Eight of Swords. You don't know which direction to go in next. You're kind of doubting yourself. Things didn't necessarily go the way you had hoped with the Nine of Wands, or you've been working really hard and you're just feeling really worn out. I think you do need a little bit of a pep talk. I'm not gonna lie, Scorpio. I think you need someone to kind of talk to. And to give you a different perspective. There could be another water sign. So again, Cancer, could also be Scorpio or Pisces with the Knight of Cups in reverse. I do feel some of you are hung up on a situation where someone may have said something to you that was hurtful. Or perhaps you might have had a painful exchange with this person. And this actually could be happening around the 9th when we have the conjunction with Mercury and Chiron in Aries. We do also have Mars in Gemini squaring off with Neptune in Pisces. So it's a very sensitive day. And there might be something that you're kind of feeling a little sore over around that time. Let's pull an animal card for you. What is the animal wisdom for Scorpio? The Cosmic Egg. This is actually the card of the crown chakra, and to me the crown chakra really is all about perspective. I do feel like some of you kind of need to zoom out, reconnect to your spirituality here with the Hierophant. That's going to be really important, especially with Mars in Gemini, with Mars in your 8th house. There really is a lot of energy that you can be getting from kind of secrets or secret practices, spiritual practices, the esoteric, learning kind of esoteric skills, or, you know, really just going into the shadow side of things, going into the territory that you might think is a little bit taboo. I feel like there's something for you to connect to spiritually there with the Hierophant and with the Cosmic Egg. Some of you are having a spiritual awakening towards the middle of this month. I am feeling that for you. And you may be feeling blocked off to your crown chakra. And that's going to be a good time for you to connect or awaken spiritually again. Yeah, because there's something about perspective here. There's something that you're not seeing very clearly, or that you need to see from a higher perspective. That is striking me as pretty important for this group. So King of Swords with the King of Cups here coming out for the second half of the month. This is interesting because this does feel like your energy and potentially somebody else's. You are being the King of Cups, and this King of Swords could be an air sign, Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius, or just someone who's very stuck in their head. You have two very different and very strong and capable characters here. And they aren't facing each other, they aren't seeing eye to eye. I feel like there is communication that needs to happen between two individuals, and I feel like you are one of these people. And someone needs to be the first to kind of break the silence, or someone needs to be the one to address something here. Because in not seeing each other eye to eye, I actually feel like that is part of this Eight of Swords. You're not able to see the whole picture. What else do we have for Scorpio? The Eight of Cups in reverse. Yeah, if there's something you thought was kind of in the past or something that you moved on from or someone else is saying that they've moved on, it really doesn't feel like they have. I feel like if you can't look someone in the eye, a lot of the time that means there's something that's unresolved. And if this is talking about an ex or someone that you broke up with or something like that, I still feel like there is something else that needs to be resolved. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting back together with this person or that you need to get back together with this person. It could definitely be for some of you. It's like you kind of tried separating and it just doesn't feel right. I could see that in this group, but honestly what I really see is like there's this need to go back and revisit or re-look at the way things went. Because I'm almost getting this sense of regret here on the table. Let's pull another card. Yeah. We do have the star in reverse. So again, there is this air sign energy, Aquarius to be specific. But it makes me think that something isn't fully healed. And you're having a hard time trusting yourself, moving forward. And maybe that's what this healing is. Maybe that's what this review is. Maybe it's not even you healing something with this person, but it's like you learning to trust yourself again, Scorpio. Because there was this message of you not trusting your intuition. And when this card first fell out, it did come up upright. I did pull it in the reverse, but it does make me think that there is healing or reconciliation possible for some of you. That could be on the table, or it could, again, just be you finding healing in yourself. It's going to be unique to all of you. I think what's really important is, it's almost like you have this idea, Scorpio, of how things have to look. And you're realizing that this sort of rigid thinking didn't actually serve you or other people. And now you're starting to look at things or question things. Why is the star in reverse here? The Hermit. Yeah, I think you do need to take some time to yourself or find someone who can offer you some really good advice. Kind of a sage here. Could be a Virgo energy with the Hermit. But honestly, I think time apart is giving you and this other person a different perspective that you're working with here, that you're dealing with. And you know, when we are entering into Taurus season, we are actually entering into relationship season for you because your opposite sign is your 7th house. It's your house of partnership. Those are going to be really important themes for you this month, especially towards the second half of April and even into May. There is going to be a lot of focus on partnerships and give and take and patterns that you experience. Not necessarily just in romantic relationships either, but any sort of close relationship, maybe partnership, business partnership, really close friends, someone you are sharing your life with in a very significant way. There's going to be a lot of review here, and there's going to be a lot of kind of stepping back and taking a different perspective on things, because to be honest, Scorpio, I feel like something needs to be resolved. I don't actually feel like it's going to be completely resolved by the end of the month for a lot of you. Maybe that changes. Maybe this message is helping you do that. But I think something is still kind of a work in progress, just to be completely honest. But there is going to be a moment where you kind of come back with this person or come back together and apologize. And where it goes from there, I can't really say. Again, this is just a general reading, but I do feel like if something feels unsettled or something feels incomplete, this could be a month to start addressing that, or you're just going to become aware of that. You'll be very aware of this by the end of the month if this still doesn't feel clear to you when you're watching this video. Let's pull another animal card for you, Scorpio. The golden egg, another spirit card, and this is actually talking about the heart and the heart chakra. Some of you really need to listen to your heart more. And when I actually saw the King of Swords with the King of Cups, originally I did interpret this as two different people, but I could also see, Scorpio, that this is kind of a battle between your mind and your heart, your logic and your feelings over a situation. And I do think you are striking the balance here. And to be honest, I actually feel like with this group, there is somebody, either you or someone you are dealing with, who's very stuck in their head. And now you are opening your heart to other possibilities, or opening your heart to other ways of being. And I think that's going to be very, very important to you moving forward, because it's like you're trying to figure out everything logically. You're trying to come up with a strategy here with the Two of Wands in reverse, but I think you actually need to figure out what your heart is trying to tell you to do. And it's almost like you're having a hard time doing that because there's still some tenderness here. There's still some pain. So let's actually pull a color healing card before we kind of wrap things up. And maybe this color card will kind of help you find clarity or just bring some sort of balance in your life this month if you're feeling like things are out of balance. I'm going to be reading straight from the book, so I will be offering a guided visualization or exercise to work with the color that we choose for you. But this can really be used in any way. The color we actually have for you is Be Spontaneous and Have Fun. And this actually does remind me of opening the heart. Again, it is also kind of connected to the sacral chakra with this orange tangerine color. But I feel like there's something about you getting in touch with your inner child, or you getting in touch with this sweet and innocent part of yourself again. That's actually going to be really important for you. So let's see what we have with tangerine here. Tangerine is a color of vibrancy, creativity, zest for life, and vitality. It has the capacity to awaken your sexual and creative energies and symbolizes warmth, richness, courage, and spontaneity. Inner knowing, action, confidence, and determination are the properties of tangerine. Activate tangerine energy and unleash your wild self. Experiment with tangerine to awaken your creative juices. What have you always wanted to do and never had the courage to do? Before doubt sets in, let go of control and give yourself permission to do something wild and spontaneous. Allow your inner child to come out and play. I knew that was going to come in. Rub your hands together for a minute, then place them slightly apart. Visualize tangerine rays of light shining out of your hands as you place them above your solar plexus, your heart, and your head for a minute each, allowing the tangerine ray to activate your fun, spontaneous, and adventurous self. Start living an extraordinary life today. Say, infinite intelligence now awakens my creative, spontaneous, and adventurous self. I'm ready to allow fun and laughter into my life again. And Scorpio, I feel like this is really, really important. We were sort of talking about you not trusting yourself, you not trusting in your passions or your dreams or your intuition. And I think you've kind of gotten yourself a bit stuck here in this Eight of Swords energy. And I think you're getting yourself unstuck by being more spontaneous, by allowing yourself to have more creative flow and spark here. And it feels really positive, actually. So I hope that this tangerine card helps you. I am getting the feeling that some of you, this sort of woundedness, it's not actually a relationship, but it could be, you know, you tried to follow your dreams before and it didn't quite pan out, and you internalized that. You took that as a reason to stop doing the things that you love. But I think it's actually really important, Scorpio, that you recommit to the things that you love. You open up your heart again to having fun. And this could even be you going out and dating. It could be you, you know, writing or painting or doing something creative again that you haven't done in quite a while. However it is that you've been closed off, I do think that you are really supposed to be opening up this month in April. And I think there's a lot of beauty and blessings that can come when you are in that flow. Anyway, Scorpio, those are all the messages that I have for you. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below what flow you are allowing back into your life this month. Write it out, commit to it. I do have links for personal readings and Reiki sessions in the description box down below. And I will see you all in the next video. Take care, Scorpio, and have a happy April. Hey Sagittarius, this is Michael with your April 2021 reading. Whether you are Sagittarius Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus, welcome. I'm really curious to see what we have in store for you this month. What are the messages that we have for Sagittarius? We already have several cards kind of flying out here. So we have the 8 of Coins, Judgment, the 2 of Cups, and we have a 5 of Swords here. This is actually kind of interesting to me. I'm just going to put this aside for a moment because I feel like a lot of you have been working very hard at something, or, you know, we're putting in a lot of hours with work. I feel like something is going to pay off here with this 8 of Coins. I do also feel like for a lot of you Sagittarius, you are answering a higher calling, or your intuition is calling you to work on something new, a new project or a new career, and that could be quite successful for you or quite fruitful for you. You do have the 2 of Cups here as well, so there actually could be a relationship or a connection that's coming in very strongly for the first part of this month. But I am seeing with the 5 of Swords, there does actually need to be something that you walk away from first before you can walk towards all of these beautiful things. I feel like there's still something here with the 5 of Swords that kind of needs to be put down or put to rest. Let me actually clarify. Why is the 5 of Swords here? Why is the 5 of Swords here for Sagittarius? Show me clearly, please. So we have the Page of Coins. Some of you are actually using work to escape your emotions. I am kind of getting that for this group. That kind of makes sense with Sagittarius. You can be a bit of a workhorse from time to time. You could be burying your emotions in work. And that might actually just be the thing that you're supposed to do. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I feel like you are working very hard on something. There is something that you're supposed to be focused on here with the 8 of Cups, or I'm sorry, the 8 of Coins and the Judgment card here. What's interesting too is you have these 2 energies kind of facing one direction with the Judgment and the 8 of Coins. You're facing off to, well, it's my left, but your right. Or it is your left, never mind. We have this one direction or these 2 characters facing off in one direction. You do have the 2 of Coins, which kind of signifies people coming together, seeing eye to eye. And you do have this one side looking in the direction of the other with the 5 of Swords and the Page of Coins here, if you can see all of this. So it's like someone is trying to make amends, but somebody else is just burying themselves in work or burying themselves in what they need to do. I feel like someone is trying to avoid an emotional conversation. And that could be the person that you're dealing with, Sagittarius, or it could actually be you. Be open to that. Someone might be trying to communicate with you, and you might not even notice that this is happening because you're just so hard at work, you're busy with something, and I think you actually might need to take a break. You might need to figure out when to give yourself a break. But honestly, Sagittarius, whatever it is that you're working on, it feels quite productive. And I do feel like in the month of April, it's not a month to be idle. It is a month to be working. And I think you will get a lot of benefit out of that in particular. With Aries season, we are in your 5th house, your house of passion, of fun. Some of you are working on turning a creative project into a career. I could potentially see that for you, and there could be some success in that as well. I do also feel like with this Gemini energy, with Mars in Gemini, that's interesting. Again, it feels like your energy, if you are working together with something on a business prospect, I feel like you could be really determined or working very hard with someone on something. But to be honest, Sagittarius, it really feels like your mind isn't focused on romance very much this month. Or your focus should be on this thing that you're working on with the 8 of coins. Let's pull an animal card and kind of clarify all this energy so far. The elk. Yeah, you're building something. You are becoming like an emperor here this month, Sagittarius. You're building your empire. This is very, very interesting. And again, you know, with this new moon, you have a lot of passion and creativity in Aries around the 12th. And I feel like there are feathers that you could be ruffling because you're just so focused. It could actually be affecting the people around you. I am sort of getting that. But honestly, Sagittarius, there's something very important that you're working on. And I actually encourage you to keep focusing on it. It doesn't mean that everything has to completely fall to the wayside. It doesn't mean that you can just neglect everything else. But honestly, I feel like you will have a lot of success with whatever it is that you are so focused on this month. And I do feel like there is love on the table here. Why is the 2 of Cups here? Let's clarify this. The Star. So there is a soulmate situation here. Honestly, Sagittarius, this feels very detached in sort of a healthy way. It's like if there is this person who's trying to get your attention, or you're in a relationship with someone, it's like you're not vying for their attention or energy or anything like that. You're living your own lives very much, or perhaps you're working together on something, but you're very independent at the same exact time that you are connected. I'm getting almost like power couple vibes. You could be connecting to an Aquarius with the Star card, and I could even see that with Judgment. Is there anything else with this 2 of Cups? Yeah, some of you do need to have a heart-to-heart conversation with someone. Some of you do need to actually have kind of an emotional conversation, and that could be something that you're avoiding. I do feel like there is that sort of theme in the month of April, especially around the 9th, when we have Chiron conjunct Mercury, as well as Mars squaring off with Neptune. There's so much sensitivity that day. There could be some hurt feelings that come to the surface, or maybe even a bit of an eruption. I actually use the image of a geyser in my astrology blog. That's kind of what that day feels like to me. There could be some scalding words or exchanges, and it's kind of like jolting your attention, like, oh, hey, I need to refocus. And it's funny because that day, again, it's very full. We also have a trine between Saturn in Aquarius and the North Node in Gemini. So there really is this focus on us realigning with our destiny. And if there's anything that's preventing you from living that out fully, it's going to come up, and you're going to become very aware of it. And ironically, it could be that your energy is a bit too focused on one thing, and you might feel like you need to reinvest your energy just a little bit, or alter that just a little bit. But let's see what we have else in store for Sagittarius. Show me clearly, please. What are the messages we have for Sagittarius? And we do have a lot happening with Jupiter in the sign of Aquarius this month as well. And with Jupiter being in the sign of Aquarius, and we have the star here, so there is this Aquarian energy, it might be worth talking about. Jupiter is going to be in Aquarius, I believe, for another month or so, and then it's going to enter into the sign of Pisces, and then go retrograde back into Aquarius again. But with Jupiter in the sign of Aquarius for you, there really is this focus on your mind, your communication, and there's a lot of growth there if you're able to communicate effectively with people, because it's in your third house right now. And it is you kind of networking, making friends, making these connections. Whatever it is that you're working on, I actually do feel like there could be someone else who comes in at this, either a business partner or an advisor or something, someone says to you that opens a door in some way. Like a door is being opened for you from somebody else. And I did actually get a similar message for Gemini as well. So if you have any Gemini placements, you might also want to take a look at the Gemini reading. Because it was like there was this door that was being open. I do remember that. We have the Knight of Wands in reverse. Interesting. Beware of burnout or rushing into things too quickly. The Eight of Swords in reverse. Okay, some of you are going a little bit stir crazy by the end of the month, and maybe that's just because you've been focused on one thing for so long. Maybe you do need to give yourself a little bit of a break. Yeah, there is a bit of burnout here with the Ace of Swords. I'm sorry, the Ace of Wands in reverse with the Two of Swords. Some of you are definitely feeling creatively blocked. And I'm going to be honest, there could also be like sexual blockages as well that you are dealing with. Like I could see that for some of you actually, because your energy is just so burnt out. So that there may be a warning there for some of you. Because our sexual energy, it's just our creative life force. That's ultimately what it is. And if you're feeling creatively burnt out, that could affect libido. That could affect your ability to be intimate with other people. I am actually picking that up for some of you. I'm just saying. Obviously, this is a general reading. It won't be the same message for everybody, but that is coming through. And there was this thing with you, like kind of burying yourself in work, neglecting relationships. It's almost like Sagittarius, the way this sort of feels is like you finally got this momentum going in your life and you're afraid of losing it. And there's almost this obsessive quality to this. Like you want to keep working, you want to keep moving forward because things have been stagnant or slow for so long. Yet in a way, by doing this, you actually are going to make yourself feel more imprisoned and more stuff down the road. So let's pull another animal card here. And what else do we have this month for you? I mean, we do have a full moon in Scorpio right at the end of the month, which is your 12th house. That is going to slow you down quite a bit. Yeah, the bear, right as I say that. And there is going to be this need for you to be patient with yourself as you're kind of coming out of a hibernation. Things are going to feel slow, a little groggy again, and that's okay. I think you need to use the energy while you have it, but don't be surprised if you end up feeling burnt out and need to give yourself a break by the end of the month. But again, bear is still a really promising card because it's an earth elemental card. There's a lot of bounty and abundance with bear. Bear is very good at finding things to eat, finding things, abundance, achieving things. I'm feeling like there's going to be a lot of good things coming for you because of all this hard work. There will be a karmic reward for you, but it's going to take some time, and it's not necessarily something that you're going to be able to rush right away. So you don't need to accomplish it all in 1 month. I am feeling that as a message for you, Sagittarius. It doesn't have to all be in 1 month. And we do have Pluto going retrograde right on that full moon on the 27th. And when Pluto goes retrograde, it is kind of time to sort through things, let things go that are no longer serving us, kind of releasing things that are preventing us from really staying in our power. We're looking at how our energy might be drained. I think that's also something that's going to be thematic for you towards the end of this month. And it could also be talking about finances and money. And it feels like you have a lot of good cards here, especially animal cards for money, because you have elk and you have bear. But it does feel like it's a process. It does feel like you are gradually building up your funds, and that's going to be a process for throughout most of this year, especially when so many people are facing financial uncertainty or instability. A lot of people have lost their jobs, but I do feel like there is either work coming or there is an increase in your work in some way, and I do feel like that is going to be bringing you increased abundance at some point. Just make sure that you don't completely burn yourself out in the process. And I feel like there will be opportunities for people around the 17th when we have Mars and Mercury in mutual reception with each other. That's also going to be kind of an important date. And again, there will be lots of opportunities right around that time towards the middle of the month. Is there anything else for Sagittarius that I could be missing? Those are all the messages I actually have for you, Sagittarius. I do hope that this was helpful. Keep up the good work. I'm really, really happy to see all of this for you. Make sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below what it is that you're working on, what it is that you're putting so much of your energy into, or what it is that you think you should be focused on. Write it out, commit to it today. I do have links for personal readings and Reiki sessions for those of you who may find that helpful. And I will see you all in the next video. Take care, Sagittarius. Have a happy and safe April. Hello Capricorn, this is Michael with your April 2021 reading. I obviously continued these recordings the following day, so that's why my outfit has changed and it is lighter. I am really curious to see what we have in store for you this month. We already have the sun in reverse popping out first. That's kind of interesting. I do feel like this month, Capricorn, I know your ruling planet Saturn is causing a lot of discomfort for the collective because Saturn is going to be forming some squares, especially towards the end of the month, with all of these planets moving through Taurus. So Mercury and Venus are going to be squaring off with Saturn, I want to say on the 23rd and 25th of the month. And there really has been a lot of instability throughout the pandemic. These are actually aspects that we've kind of been feeling, and energy that we've kind of been feeling. With Uranus in Taurus in particular forming the square with Saturn in Aquarius, this is actually going to be happening pretty much all year. There really is this uncomfortable energy, and it's really been forcing a lot of us out of our comfort zones and shaking up our sense of stability and trying to get us to build something new. I think that's very much in the stars. I see with the King of Swords in reverse, with this Sun in reverse, there is this lack of clarity for you, Capricorn, which is kind of interesting. I know you've had a very intense past few years in particular, because we have had a lot of planets move through your sign all throughout 2020. We were dealing with Saturn going back and forth between your sign and Aquarius. We had Jupiter in your sign throughout 2019. there really was a lot of focus. Or I'm sorry, Jupiter was actually also in your sign in 2020. There really was a lot of focus on identity. And a lot of the Capricorns I know, it feels like they've gone through major shifts in how they understand themselves and their sense of self in the past several years. And you do have Pluto that's there, and it's still going to be there for another 2 years. Or is it 4 years? I actually think it's 4 years. And I think that has been adding to a lot of this transformation. Now, Pluto is an outer planet. Obviously, it moves very slowly, about 20 years through each sign. So a lot of people consider that to be of lower influence. However, if Pluto is right on top of one of your ruling planets, or I'm sorry, one of your natal planets, it could be having a pretty profound impact on you. So really just make sure to check where your Capricorn placements are. If you do have Capricorn placements like in the 3rd decan, you know, the last 10 degrees of Capricorn, or you were born in the last 10 days of Capricorn season, you still could be feeling this transformative energy pretty strongly, and that's giving you a lot of uncertainty this month. Interesting. I do feel like for a lot of you too, I want to clarify the sun in reverse. The star. It's interesting because when I saw the sun in reverse, it didn't make me think like this was so bad. Because the sun is the blessings, it's the abundance, it's the healing. I still feel like that's happening for you, but it's happening on a subtler level with the star. It's almost like the sun is coming from within. You're tapping into the light inside of yourself. I know how corny that sounded, by the way, but there's just something about this inner light. I think that's really, really important. Because for a lot of you, there's this lack of clarity with the King of Swords, or you're having a hard time figuring out or strategizing things, what to do next. And I think you do need to follow your intuition and trust in your intuition a little more. 7 of Cups. Yeah, there's a lot of options up in the air right now. And there may even be some sort of confusion for you. That's interesting, this lack of clarity at the start of the month. Interesting. Let's get a little more clarity here. 9 of Wands in reverse. Some of you are feeling sort of depleted or defensive. Show me a little more clearly here. What is going on for Capricorn? The moon. Wow, so you have the sun, the moon, and the star on the table here. This feels pretty significant, actually. But the sun, again, is in reverse. I do kind of get the sense some of you have been navigating the darkness for quite some time, or kind of feeling almost lost at sea is how I see this visually. And you're finding your way. You are finding your way. And so much of the energy this month really is kind of figuring things out as you go. Because there are a lot of opportunities. There is a lot of fast-moving energy, especially in the first part of April. And you kind of have to be adaptable with it. You kind of have to be willing to have things be touch and go. Because there are going to be some emotional things that come to the surface, especially with the moon here. I know there is a pretty significant aspect. I've been talking about this in all the videos, so sorry if you're sick of hearing about it. But April 9th is a very significant day because we have Mercury forming a conjunction with Chiron in the sign of Aries. We also do have Saturn forming a trine with the North Node, Saturn in Aquarius, the North Node in Gemini, and then finally we do have Mars in Gemini forming a square with Neptune in Pisces. So this square with Neptune and Pisces and the conjunction between Mercury and Chiron, there is so much sensitivity. There could be some hurtful things that are said that day, or just really painful emotions that come to the surface. But all of this is actually helping you achieve your destiny, because we do have that North Node energy, and your ruling planet Saturn is trining with the North Node. So there's a lot of growth that's actually going to be happening this month. But honestly, for you, Capricorn, it's almost like triggering another identity crisis. And I almost feel like that could be like a title to a Capricorn reading video, like yet another identity crisis. That seems to be sort of a thing. And I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm teasing a little bit, because this is, you know, serious work, and I think we do need to come into it with a bit of levity and lightness here. And I feel like with the Sun in reverse, there's almost this lightness that you are missing that might be of benefit to you. But yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty this month, and I feel like you're really trying to sort through a lot of different options in a lot of different areas in your life, to be completely honest. It doesn't feel like there's just one thing. There's a lot of exploration that's going on, and you kind of just need to figure out what works and what doesn't. So what is the animal wisdom that we have for Capricorn? Yeah, we do have the moth. And I know moth is a message to not rush things. It's almost like being drawn to quick solutions, like a moth drawn to a flame. You are going through a bit of a dark night of the soul, or maybe you're feeling that, or maybe you've been going through that, but you are going through a transformation process nonetheless, and it's very spiritual. It's very, very internal. And you really do have to seek inside yourself for some answers here, Capricorn. Yeah, this feels very internal this month for you, which is kind of interesting, because for so many people it's this outward moving month, and that could be happening for you. I have no doubt that will be happening for some of you, but I think it's almost like you're kind of going through the motions, but on the inside there's a lot going on that other people don't necessarily see. And there's a bit of confusion and trying to find your way, or trying to figure out your path. As for energies on the table, we have Leo energy with the Sun, Aquarius energy with the Star. We do have Pisces with the Moon. And we do have air sign energy with the King of Swords. So again, Aquarius could also be Gemini or Libra. These could just be people you are dealing with, and maybe they're making you feel a little uncertain or a little doubtful. Or you have doubts about your relationships to these people. The Hanged Man, so Pisces energy again, and this is actually showing up in reverse. So again, there is this thing that you're kind of feeling stuck on. I do feel like with this new moon in Aries around the 12th, this is occurring in your 4th house. And for you, it is really tapping into your roots. I'm sort of seeing these branches as roots here with the Hanged Man in reverse. And it's almost like the way out is in. I'm getting this image of like the Chinese finger trap, and you're trying to pull out, you're trying to get your way out of this kind of stuck or confused energy, but the more you do that, the more stuck you become, and instead you're kind of supposed to lean into the experience, Capricorn. And I'm sorry if this sounds a little abstract, but this is just the way that your message is coming through. It seems very foggy honestly. That kind of feels like the energy for the month of April for you. It's like there's something from the past you haven't quite mastered yet, or you haven't quite seen clearly, and the harder you try to look for it, the harder you try to understand what that is right now. It's almost like the more stuff you get, it's just gonna make sense. It really will. The Ten of Wands. Yeah, there's a lot of blockage here. What is all of this blockage, all of this burden that you're dealing with? You'll have to let me know in the comment section down below. I know with all of these squares with your ruling planet that could be giving you a bit of difficulty this month. And even though you have that trine, which is a harmonious aspect with the North Node, the North Node energy isn't necessarily energy that comes easily to us. It's what we are reaching for. And so you may feel like you're just reaching, you keep reaching, and you never quite reach something this month. And that feels frustrating for you. It's like, what am I reaching for? I don't even think you're going to know until it's already in your hand. And the Eight of Swords, yeah, this feeling of being stuck. That is a major theme for you. And to be honest, Capricorn, I think this is kind of happening in conjunction with Pluto going retrograde in your sign. That is going to be happening right at the end of the month, right on the full moon, April 27th. This retrograde, it is going to be kind of an inward time again. And it's almost like the message of Persephone, when you've had Pluto in your sign for so long, it's like there is half the year where you've been spending it in the underworld, when it's kind of been going retrograde. Or maybe the cycle has manifested in the opposite for some of you, but I feel like there is this feeling of being stuck that's kind of coming up again. There's more to transform. You are going through, again, a transformation process with this moth here. And it's interesting because moths actually did evolve to follow starlight. That's why they are drawn to flames. They actually use stars as navigational points. And I'm seeing this with kind of the star and the moon and the sun in reverse. It's like you're in this dark time or in this uncertain time because you're recalibrating. You're learning how to follow the stars. You're learning how to follow your destiny again. That's a very important lesson, and it's not something that can be rushed. And that's kind of the energy with April. Even though there is this desire to have things happen quickly, and there are these new opportunities that are presenting themselves to the collective, I feel like for you, Capricorn, there's still this transformation that's going on. And you're recalibrating. That's a great word for what is going on for you. I'm trying to think of what else is happening. With that full moon in Scorpio, that is affecting your social networks. Some of you are feeling very isolated. And the dragonfly, yeah, it's like this anxious energy with you, Capricorn, and I'm not used to feeling this with you, but it's like there's this restlessness. You want things to just happen. You want things to just to move. But I feel like you're kind of all over the place in this anxiousness or in this nervous energy, and it's actually preventing you from being more productive. This actually does kind of remind me of Mars being in the sign of Gemini throughout most of the month. Our energy might feel a bit scattered. We might feel like we want to do a whole bunch of different things because we can't sit still. Like, I have to do something with this. But if you don't have a plan, if you don't have like a strategy with this energy, it can very easily feel wasted, to be honest. And I don't want you to feel that way. But at the same time, Capricorn, I do think that there is an element of exploration that's important. And I think you just need to adjust your strategy accordingly. How am I going to figure this out? How am I going to feel out what to do next? What is my destiny? There's these really big questions that I keep seeing on the table that you're grappling with this month. And I feel like you kind of came up for air for a little bit towards the end of March or in the month of March, but it's like you're going back down again. You're going back into this really deep exploration of yourself. And again, you know, Dragonfly does go through a transformation as well, from nymph to dragonfly. And it's like you're darting between these two worlds, between the sky, the air, and the water, the emotions, the intuitive, the dream world. There could be work that you're kind of doing there in your dream time that is actually helpful. Again, I know this sounds like a really crazy and weird reading. It's just the message that came through. So I'm trusting that this is what you need to hear. And there is this kind of illusory energy with the dragonfly. Again, things feel a little like smoke and mirrors. And that does make sense. With Neptune in your third house, with Neptune in Pisces, your mind is in a very almost altered state right now. And I know with this energy in Gemini, with Mars in Gemini, you may be feeling very unsettled. It's like the water is rippling. And if you're trying to get clarity, take a deep breath. Really become aware of where your mental and emotional states are, your psychological states, because if you're really trying to force clarity or rush clarity, it's like trying to move through this pond, like skimming through this pond, trying to find this thing beneath the surface, but it's like the ripples are actually making it harder for you to see. There's dust that's being kicked up. You have to wait for your mind to settle before you can really get this clarity. And that is kind of the message I was picking up for you earlier, Capricorn. It's like the way out is in. You have to wait for your mind to settle. You have to wait for the dust to settle. And for your mind to become calm. You have to be the clarity that you are seeking. You have to find that clarity first in your being before you can know it. I do want to pull a color healing card for you, just to kind of give you something else to work with this month, Capricorn. What is the healing color for Capricorn? Show me clearly. Azure, protect yourself, but I'm also seeing this clear blue sky. So this is very interesting. I'm curious to see what kind of visualization or exercise you have with this color. Azure purifies your aura and strengthens your connection to the divine, leading you to discover your truth and empowering you to make important life decisions. Yeah, this is the clarity we're talking about. Immerse yourself with azure rays to protect yourself from negative, dense energies and to find your center. Breathe in azure rays of light to feel safe and secure. Imagine an azure bubble of light that surrounds and protects you. Say, I ask healing light to surround me with love, peace, and healing. Please bar any dense energy from entering my space and affecting me. Thank you. Do this for yourself and your loved ones whenever you would like some added protection. And again, I really do feel like this color is helping you find clarity. It feels like this connection to the sky as well. I don't know why, but something about the sky giving you more clarity or connecting to the sky or air element. That seems important, especially with Dragonfly. We were talking about the power of breath, breathing into the moment, allowing yourself to settle into a moment before you try and get clarity, whether that is intuitive or making a plan. Really be aware of your mental state this month. I think that's going to be very, very important. And I do feel like for some of you, you may feel like you need to protect your energy. That's true. With the Eight of Swords and the Ten of Wands, you may feel overwhelmed. There is a lot of heaviness around you. And to be honest, it's like there is a way out of this, you just don't see it yet with the Eight of Swords. And I feel like the way out, again, is in. Whatever it is that you're trying to avoid or whatever it is that you're trying to rush, you really can't rush it. You kind of have to dissolve into it, and ironically, that's going to be the fastest way forward. Those are all the messages I am getting for you this month, Capricorn. I do hope that this was helpful, even if it was a bit abstract and strange. Let me know in the comments down below how this landed for you. I'll definitely be curious to hear from all of you. I do have links in the description box for personal readings and Reiki sessions. Maybe you can get some more guidance or assistance there. Be sure to hit thumbs up and subscribe. All of that does help this channel grow, and feel free to hit the bell to make sure that you get notifications of when I am uploading. And I will see you all in the next video. Take care, Capricorn. Have a happy April, and I will see you next time. Hey Aquarius, this is Michael with your reading for April 2021. As you can tell, I decided to take a break last night, so we are now into the next day, which is why it's light out, and why I changed outfits. I do feel like for your energy, Aquarius, this month is really, really busy. I'm gonna be honest. You have two ruling planets that are both very, very active this month. For those of you who aren't aware, your ruling planets are Saturn, which is actually in your sign, and we also have Uranus, which is currently in Taurus. And with all of this energy in the sign of Aquarius, this whole year is really, really big and very, very important for all of you. There's a lot of lessons. And with Saturn and Jupiter both kind of duking it out in the same sign, it's like there's this desire to expand, and yet there's also this kind of constraint at the same exact time. Obviously, we're all feeling that energy. We're all feeling Saturn and Jupiter and their kind of conjunction that they have been in throughout most of this year thus far. But I do feel like for you, Aquarius, you're really, really feeling this kind of pulling and pushing, and it's been very uncomfortable for a lot of you. And I feel like towards the end of this month, there's a huge emphasis again on your energy, because as we have these planets moving through Taurus, the Sun, Mercury, and Venus, I believe, are the ones who are going to be moving into Taurus this month. There's going to be a lot of need to shake things up and to get out of our comfort zone. That's just kind of been like the theme for the past year, right? But I feel like for you, there's just so much planetary activation. And this is all occurring in the sign of Taurus. And so for you, that is talking about your fourth house, which is your home, your soul. No big deal. But there's a lot going on for you spiritually this month, and really this whole year. And there's a lot going on right now in your mind and your communication with people with this Aries energy, this Aries season that we're currently in. We do have the Two of Cups here on the table. And we have a King of Cups here as well. So there could be love and relationships amidst all of this. But you do have the Ten of Wands. There are burdens here. There's a lot going on. It's literally how I described this, as this kind of tangled web. And you're dealing with all of this different energy that's incredible and wonderful and transcendent, but at the same time, it's almost like all of this energy is becoming tangled up. I literally wanted to use that word to describe the astrology for you. because your planets, your ruling planets, really are going to be very tangled up, astrologically speaking, this month. And for a lot of people, April is going to be this month of things happening very quickly, new opportunities, and you kind of just have to keep moving and rolling with the punches. But for you, Aquarius, it actually does feel like there's a bit of detangling that you're going to have to do in order to really move through the month of April. And maybe you are detangling something in a relationship with a water sign, so Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio for some of you. Let's kind of clarify this energy. Eight of Swords, again, feeling stuck, this tangled up energy. And this could be you talking to somebody else who has a lot of wisdom. This doesn't have to be a romantic thing at all, but you may benefit by talking to other people, getting help, getting advice, getting guidance, getting emotional support. Some of you do need to make a decision in your life this month as well. And I feel like this is a decision about moving forward. This feels very significant. It's like you're deciding between homes or jobs, something of that caliber. And I think you know that you need to follow your heart at this point. And for some of you, you're feeling really stuck and not sure how to do that. And for others of you, the world, it's like you're carrying the weight of the world. My gosh, with this Ten of Wands here. It's weird, Aquarius, because I feel like things should feel like they're opening up for you. And I think that is sort of what the astrology feels like. It's like there's all these doors opening, but at the same time you're becoming more tangled or wrapped up in things. And it's harder for you to move forward. You have to let me know in the comment section down below how this is landing for you, because it seems very like, again, that push-pull energy, like things are expanding, things are growing, but you're also at the same time, you know, kind of having all this pressure put on you. And it's really easy to look at these energies as good and bad. You know, when people talk about Saturn, Saturn really does get a bad rap. It's kind of the great malefic. And I don't think that's totally fair. Because I know in my own life, Saturn has been a planet that actually has gifted me with a lot, but it made me have to work for things. And Saturn is about growth, too. I know that Jupiter is about expansion, kind of what we traditionally think of growth, becoming more. Saturn makes you grow by getting rid of what isn't actually you. Okay? And so you're going through this expansion process, this growth process, but at the same exact time, it's like you're losing these parts of you that aren't really true to you anymore. And this is happening in your sign, in Aquarius, so this is all very dramatic and personal for you. And, you know, things really are opening up. It is happening with the world, but it's almost like more of a burden. And there's choices to make, and it's hard to figure out how to move forward in this energy. It's like, what if I make the wrong choice? You really have to follow your heart. I see that with the King of Cups. I really, really do. Zebra, getting out of this black and white thinking. There could actually be travel for some of you, or you're planning travel, or you're just learning about faraway places. I feel like that could actually be important with the World card. But I really do see this need to break out of black and white thinking. Because there's things that are familiar in your life that are actually trying to hold you back, or you're actually using to hold yourself back. And it kind of makes me think of like wanting things to go back to normal. And that's a super normal desire when our whole lives have just been uprooted for so long. But I almost feel like there's a trap in that for you, Aquarius. The Ten of Cups in reverse. Let's clarify these energies a little more now. It's almost like you're being woken up from a dream, where you thought you'd be happy if you had certain things, and honestly, it's almost like you're achieving them on some level this month, but it's not giving you the level of satisfaction or contentment or happiness that you thought. It's almost like you're realizing that some of the dreams you had were actually what other people wanted for you, or what you thought you needed. And it's making you reassess and reflect on everything here with this Hermit. You are needing to go within. And that's kind of what I think is happening with this kind of great awakening at the end of this month, when we have the Sun and Mercury and Venus all taking turns moving over Uranus, your ruling planet in Taurus. And it's like all these material things that you thought you wanted, or all this stability that you thought you wanted, it could be in your relationships too. You're realizing that that's not the source of your stability. And that there's something that has to come from within. And that might actually help you make a decision moving forward too. Even if something doesn't give you the outcome you had hoped, or make you feel the way you had hoped, if you get the desired outcome, there is something to look at a little deeper there. How is it that I want to feel? How can I feel the way I want to feel? The Knight of Coins also comes out as well. There's quite a bit of Virgo energy towards the end of the month. Some of you could be talking to a Virgo. Things could be ending with them. Because I feel like you're spending a lot of time inside yourself, a lot of time alone. Or this person, this Virgo, could be helping you reflect and figure out what it is that you really want. And again, you know, with the end of the month, we have Pluto going retrograde in Capricorn in your 12th house, your subconscious. And I know for my Capricorns that this month felt very foggy and cloudy, and I'm kind of getting some of that for you too. So if you have Capricorn placements, or you're kind of on the cusp, it might be worthwhile checking out the Capricorn reading, because a lot of that was just like, how do I move through this really cloudy, uncertain time? For you, it feels more tangled. You know, Capricorn was in really, really deep, but for you, Aquarius, it's like, you know the choices you need to make. You're just not sure what's right. And you kind of need to come in from this clearer perspective here. And there is progress, there is abundance. You are becoming quite abundant toward the end of the month. And you're working very hard on things, or there's new work coming your direction, but it's happening kind of slowly. Tell me about this Ten of Cups in reverse. What exactly is going on here? Tell me about this Ten of Cups in reverse. The Six of Wands in reverse. Yeah, something that you were expecting to be sort of a celebration or a victory just doesn't quite register that way. It could actually be talking about a relationship for some of you. You may finally be in a relationship that you've wanted, or finally connecting with someone, and you're realizing it's still not satisfying. Or there's something deeper in you that can't be satisfied through somebody else. It's almost like this existential ennui. Sorry, that just sounded like so pretentious and funny. But that is what it feels like. You're just like, you're looking to feel deeply. And you don't know how to do that. Or to share deep emotions with people. And there's a lot of soul searching. Again, with the Hermit and the Knight of Coins and Pluto going retrograde in Capricorn, there is a lot of soul searching by the end of this month. And you're actually going to be doing that for a while, because Capricorn retrograde, or I'm sorry, Pluto retrograde is about 5 months. So you are going to kind of be starting off that process again. We're all being hit by Pluto retrograde. It's not just you, but it is affecting you on kind of a deep level. And levels that you might not even see. There could be this sort of reveal that is slowly taking place for you. Things that you're finding out about yourself, or about your life, or about your spirituality. And the full moon is actually happening in Scorpio. Which for you, I believe, is your midheaven. Your 10th house. And that's talking about career. That's talking about your place in this world. We do have some big activations this month for you. And being in Taurus season, we have all of your angular houses, the major houses, your rising sign, with all of this Aquarian energy, is being very, very affected. We have your midheaven. We have your IC, your Imam Kaweli with this Taurus energy as well. And it's like the whole structure of your life. I know this sounds kind of dramatic, but it feels like you're trying to break out of that. But I think there is this reflection that you're really doing. Because it's like the things that you thought would make you happy, the things that you thought would make you tolerate your life or make it worthwhile, it's like not doing it for you. And it's like, no, you really need to change your whole life. And I think that sounds scary for some of you, and it might feel like a defeated thing, but it's actually that simple. What is the one thing you want to do that you would do if you knew you couldn't fail? Maybe you would write a book. Maybe you would do some sort of blog or YouTube channel or something like that. What is the thing you would do if you knew you couldn't fail? Because I think you're trying to make yourself fit like a square peg in a round hole, and it's just not going to work. That's just what I'm getting. And honestly, I feel like this is talking about a lot of different things. It might even be relationships for some of you. I hate to say, you might be realizing that the relationships you're in really aren't working for you, and there's just so much questioning and uncertainty and feeling out of place in your life right now. So I definitely want to pull another animal card here, and then we're going to pull a color healing card too to kind of figure out how to work through this energy, because it feels very tangled. The crocodile. You do need to wait. There is some patience here that's required. This is a kind of playing your long game a little bit when I see crocodile. And it's like things are surfacing, coming up from beneath the surface. These eyes poking out here. And this is kind of you surveying the surface from beneath, from below, kind of poking your head up a little bit and getting a lay of the land. But I feel like with this energy, it is primarily about waiting. There is this reflection, this soul searching that you're really doing with the Hermit card, and it feels very, very important. And with this new moon in Aries, with your mind is opening up to new possibilities as well around the 12th. And the bee, interesting. It's almost like if you rush the process, you might get stung. It is important for you to find sweetness in your life, find sweetness in your labors and the fruits of your labors. Don't be afraid to treat yourself a little bit this month as well. You know, be gentle with yourself. Because there's something great that you're supposed to be doing. I really feel this for this group. And it's like, you're trying to figure out how to do that while still living the life that you once had, or that you have now. It's like you're trying to go back to normal. But I think there's something about this month where you realize that that normal isn't actually making you happy, or it won't keep you happy. And maybe that's just an internal shift. Maybe that's just a perspective shift. That could be it for some of you. It could. But I actually feel like for this group, there is this very deep calling. And the Fool at the bottom of the deck, which is incidentally Uranus energy, there is something new that you're supposed to be diving into. There's a whole new cycle here. A whole new adventure. Tell me more. Oops. And the Four of Wands. There is a celebration for you here. You are celebrating something. I do feel that. You are achieving something, but it's almost like, okay, now what? And if you feel that this month, if you feel that sort of like inner dissatisfaction with your achievements, then it's not the thing you really want to win at. And again, I want you to go back to that question. What is the one thing I would do if I knew failure wasn't an option? And I want you to actually write that out in the comment section. Or if I knew I would succeed, what is the thing I would do? If you knew success was guaranteed, what is it that you would do with your life? Really, really big energy. My goodness. Let's pull a color healing card. Watermelon, have fun with your inner child. Yeah, a lot of the time our purpose is something that we actually knew very early on in life. It's kind of to do with the things that made us have fun, or we just enjoyed our greatest passions. I do feel like this watermelon card is really going to help you tap into that. And it's almost like the inner child and the higher self are the same thing. And that's going to be how you kind of find your guidance. That's how you find your direction. So let's see with watermelon. Watermelon is a color of softness, gentleness, and compassion that encourages affection, self-acceptance, and kindness. Its spirit of fun and easy access to your inner child assists people who suffer from low self-esteem, loneliness, and sadness. Watermelon also encourages generosity, healing, and understanding. Allow watermelon rays to awaken your joyous and playful nature. It's time to nourish and nurture your inner child. What exciting things can you do today that make you laugh and enjoy yourself? Your inner child needs to have fun and play to feel healthy. Close your eyes and visualize yourself as a small child. Ask this small child, what would be fun for you to do today? The child may say, I want to go out and throw a ball in the park. He or she may want to play a game, eat ice cream, or buy a toy. Listen and follow. Before you go to sleep, visualize this child surrounded in a soft watermelon color as it rests peacefully. Say, Divine Intelligence, please assist me to connect with my fun, easygoing, and enthusiastic nature so that I can spread joy and laughter wherever I go. And I think that this is really, really beautiful and important. I was kind of talking about this bee energy as needing to indulge or find some sweetness in your life. You know, do some self-care. I totally see that in that watermelon card as well. And bringing in that inner child, I think, is so beautiful. Because I do feel like with the inner child as well, and kind of nurturing that, a lot of the time we need to actually build a relationship with that part of ourselves. It's not just something that we can go straight into and do quickly. So it may require you to literally kind of play with that part of yourself, to get to know that part of yourself again. And as you go into that playful energy, you start to remember, like, oh my gosh, I always used to love telling stories. And maybe you don't do that in writing, maybe you do that in a different medium, but you figure it out. Maybe you do that through acting or improv or doing screenwriting or something like that. I think it's very important for you to get back in touch with your passion. So I really hope that this watermelon color card is going to be helpful for a lot of you. Let me know in the comments down below what this is, what this passion is, what is it that you want to do? What would you do if you knew you could succeed? I think that's a really great question to ask yourself this month. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below what's going on for all of you. I'm always curious to get your feedback. I do have links in the description box for personal readings and Reiki sessions, as well as timestamps if you want to check out the other videos. There could be something there for you as well. And I will see you all in the next video. Take care, Aquarius. Have a happy and safe April, and I will see you next time. Hey Pisces, this is Michael with your general reading for April 2021. I do hope that this video finds you well and in good spirits. I do apologize if you're one of those people who gets upset when the lighting changes or when the outfits change in YouTube videos. I did take a break and came back to the rest of the videos today, so sorry if that is disruptive for you in any way. I hope it's not. I'm sure it's fine for most of you. But I am really curious to see what we have in store for you this month. Looking at April, it really is a month with lots and lots of opportunities, and that's especially true for you because your ruling planet Jupiter, or one of your ruling planets, Jupiter, is going to be forming a lot of sextiles this month, especially towards the middle of the month. And we also have mutual reception between Mars and Mercury, with Mars in the sign of Gemini and Mercury in the sign of Aries. There are lots of opportunities with that aspect. Mutual reception is really when two planets are in each other's sign of rulership. So in this case, Mars naturally rules over Aries but is in Gemini, and Mercury, which naturally rules over Gemini, is in Aries. So we have this very interesting energy playing out. There's a lot of opportunities that are coming up for the collective, but there is also there are some hiccups along the way, naturally, as is life, right? But I do feel like there are some things happening this month, especially around the 9th. We have Mercury forming a conjunction with Chiron, the wounded healer. We also have Neptune, your other ruling planet, forming a square with Mars in Gemini, and that can be making us feel very sensitive. There's a lot of deep or sensitive wounds that could be coming up for the collective right now. It does feel like kind of a spiritual time for you this month with the Hierophant. That's really, really interesting and good to see. I do also feel like there's a lot of abundance for you, a lot of opportunities in money specifically, which is always nice to hear. So there could be some money coming your way, especially towards the beginning or middle of this month. I could see some blessings happening for you there. And if finances have been a bit challenging for you, doing some manifestation for abundance around the Aries new moon could be really, really helpful. But what are the messages we have for Pisces for the month of April 2021? What are the messages for Pisces? Show us clearly, please. We do have the Six of Cups with the Hierophant now. And this is actually interesting. Some of you could be reconnecting with someone who has Taurus placements, someone from the past. You could be reconnecting with your heritage in an interesting way. I could actually see that here. I'm getting this sense with the Six of Cups. It's returning to your heart is a really important thing. It's like you're coming home to yourself again. And you might be doing that through spirituality. You could be making amends with people or reconciling with people at the start of this month, especially if there was a Taurus that you had a falling out with. Yeah, there's a lot of earth sign energy here actually with the Queen of Coins in reverse. So it could be a Virgo, Taurus again, or Capricorn. Some of you are getting a better sense of closure with this person if you aren't actually speaking to them. And that's kind of a theme to be aware of, something to kind of close out chapter-wise in your life. Whatever it was that happened with this person who is either very earthy or an earth sign, someone who's very grounded or practical, maybe has a hard time accessing their emotions. I'm getting actually an energy specifically of someone you have a different belief system to. Like they might not be as spiritual as you, or they might have different beliefs, and that could have contributed to this kind of collapse in your relationship, or this distance between the two of you. And you may hear from this person, or you may just be thinking a bit about them, kind of reviewing those lessons, those themes. Obviously it's going to be different for everybody, but I actually do feel like there could be a reconciliation on the table for at least a few of you here. Oops. What else do we have for Pisces? Queen of Swords in reverse. So again, we do have other people's energy. This could be air sign energy, Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. And I was saying this before, it's like someone who has a hard time speaking from their heart. Maybe there were some cutting words that were exchanged. This could even be happening this month around the 9th. Again, that kind of comes to mind too. Tell me more. Tell me more. What is going on for my Pisces? Two of Wands. I do feel like you are charting a course and getting a new sense of direction, but it's almost like by you reconnecting to something from the past or picking up old plans. Some of you are actually looking through your old plans, your old goals, and now you're starting to move towards those things again. I actually do see that for some of you. For others of you, it's kind of like just a review of the past going into the future, which is kind of interesting because some of you are still sort of in the wake of your birthday month, your solar return, and that is kind of a time of review, and there may be an extension of this review process for you throughout April, especially in the first part here. Or this is all energy that you've already been in. You've already been doing this review, and now you're trying to figure out where to move forward. But honestly, Pisces, I actually feel like you're entering into a lot of stability with this Hierophant Hierophant here. And some of you might actually be getting a promotion if you're working in kind of a traditional job structure. I could potentially see that. But I don't know if you're actually happy in that situation, and that might be why you're thinking a lot about your happiness. So let's pull an animal card here at this point. What is the animal wisdom for Pisces? Tarantula. Interesting. This is sort of shedding an old skin. And I feel like some of you are really trying to figure out how to go towards something that you want, because tarantula is an ambush predator. It's not spider that kind of just weaves a web and waits for opportunities to come to it. You're going after your opportunities this month. You're going after your abundance this month. And maybe you're starting to see that as something that you've been needing to do. You've been trying to bring something to you, but now it's like, okay, how can I take actionable steps towards the life I want to live, or towards the relationships that I want to have? I do feel like, again, when we're talking about molting and shedding, there could be a relationship that you had let go of that could be coming back for some of you, or you're just kind of reviewing these old relationships if you're not getting back together. Those are things just to kind of keep in mind. Again, we have earth and air sign energy on the table pretty strongly so far. But let's pull some more cards and see, especially looking at the second half of the month, where all of this is going for you. Show me clearly, please. So we have the Five of Pentacles. Again, some of you really are struggling with your abundance, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is a great month to manifest money, especially around this new moon on the 12th in Aries. That's your second house. It's a great time for you to connect to your abundant self and to really take stock of all the things you do have. The Magician in reverse. Yeah, there's something that you're feeling energetically blocked off from. Could also be talking about, again, air or earth energy, Virgo or Gemini here. There could be a Virgo or Gemini. And the Three of Wands. There is this manifestation block that some of you are going through right now. And you know, I kind of had a similar message for Aquarius, actually. So if you have a lot of Aquarius placements, you might want to check that out. And I know for Aquarius, I said the same thing about them and Capricorn. But I do feel like with this sort of energy, it's almost like you're a round peg trying to fit in a square hole. Or you're a square peg trying to fit in a round hole, I should say. Like, you just can't do it. You're trying to get happiness in the wrong places. And now you're kind of going back to the things that actually make you feel joyful. You're connecting with these things again. That's going to be very thematic for you this month. And what else is happening? We have Scorpio, the full moon in Scorpio on the 27th, and that is when Pluto goes retrograde. Interesting. I actually do feel like for some of you, there is this kind of combing through your friend circles. Some of you might be going, letting go of friendships that no longer serve you. I can kind of see that with Pluto retrograde. That might be kind of a theme for the next few months. Like, who are my real friends? Who are the people I really connect to? Who are the people who can actually connect to me emotionally and on a deeper level, on a spiritual level? I also do get the sense with the full moon in Scorpio, that is actually talking about your 9th house, your house of horizons, new ideas, expanding yourself, learning new things, learning about other cultures. But I feel like there's something that is being uncovered for you. And the horse energy, interesting. I almost feel like there's this desire for travel, honestly, and that's why this thing feels so hard to manifest right now, because we're in a pandemic, there's lockdowns, there's borders that are closed. It feels like it's hard to get to where you want to be. But rest assured, Pisces, I do feel like if you do have this thing for travel, or you want to travel, that is going to happen for you with Horse. There is a tremendous amount of abundance on the way for you too, but it will take some hard work. Yeah, I am actually seeing this thing with travel, actually. And some of you may be finding out that you're not going to be able to travel, or that's going to be a bit further down the road than you anticipated or hoped. But I do feel like the travel will still happen for this group, especially if it's something that you've been manifesting, but it just might take more time. Let me see how we can kind of get ourselves unstuck. What is this thing that's preventing our manifestations or making us feel stuck? There are people who have managed to travel. I always encourage to do that as safely as possible, if that is something that is really weighing on your heart. But I can't help but feel there's still other things that this group is trying to manifest that you're having a hard time creating, especially if that is abundance or relationship here. So 10 of Swords in reverse, there is still some disappointment and a sense of betrayal or having been wronged by someone or the universe. With the 9 of Wands in reverse, exactly what I was just saying. This feeling of, excuse me, this feeling of being worn down and being defeated. I almost feel like, Pisces, your energy is just overwhelmed. If you're feeling like you're having a hard time manifesting, because I do see blessings coming. You just might not feel like they are. And so just kind of keep that in mind. Your mind may be playing some tricks on you this month, because there are lots of opportunities in April. It might not just become obvious until several months down the road. You may remember this reading, or you may come back to the month of April and kind of remember how it was sort of a month where things were getting started. Even if there were delays, or even if you thought something wasn't going to happen or go your way, or something was canceled, I still think there is something like beautiful that is happening for you. You're being a bit redirected, actually, and it's almost like you have to trust where this horse is taking you. It's like you're riding on the back of the universe or on something else, and you're being carried in a direction that is actually an answer to your prayer, but you might not see it that way right away. And I know that's oddly specific, but I think that's a thing for some of you this month. Is there any other messages for Pisces? Yeah, there is this sense of disappointment with the 5 of Cups. I'm not gonna lie. The 2 of Swords. This disappointment is coming from like a cancellation or plans being canceled. That is something to be mindful of. Duh. Oh my gosh, why did I not think of this sooner? The full moon in Scorpio is in your 9th house. The full moon represents changes. There could be changes in plans. Again, especially if you're looking at travel, but this could also be talking about your higher education. There might have also been like a spiritual retreat or something like that you were planning. I could see any number of things like that being affected this month, but I don't feel like you're being abandoned. You're not being forsaken by the universe. There is something that is brewing in the background, so don't lose faith, don't lose hope. There is still an abundance of blessings and opportunities that are heading your way. Let's actually pull a color healing card and kind of get a sense of how we can work with this energy this month. I will read this straight from the book, but you are welcome to use your own intuition or imagination in figuring out ways to use this energy to your advantage. What is the healing color for Pisces? Show me clearly, please. We have a few here. Interesting. So we have silver, which is be persistent, and we have brilliance, which is discover your sparkle. So this is interesting. I do feel like there is something where you do need to be persistent and you do need to have endurance with something with the horse energy. And it may be kind of this delayed gratification. I am getting that for some of you, especially if this is something that you're really passionate about or care about. It might be some time or some effort before you start getting payoffs or rewards. And maybe that's the thing that feels like it was canceled. Like you were working really hard on something and it didn't quite go the way that you had hoped. But I feel like with silver, with this be persistent, keep going. There are riches here for you. And it's almost like silver and gold. Like it's like, it might not be the thing that you think you want the most, but it's the thing that you need, that you are getting this month. And with brilliance, discovering your sparkle, both of these cards have like this shine, this sparkle, this lustrousness to them. I think that is going to be kind of thematic for you as well. Discovering your sparkle, discovering your shine. Let's actually pull or read these cards now. So they're right next to each other, very interesting. So, brilliance is discover your sparkle. Brilliance brings about change and transformation. Work with it when you want to wipe the slate clean and start anew. Brilliance also has the ability to assist with healing all health conditions and is great for releasing any fear and anxiety. When you feel heavy or depressed, use brilliance to recharge and bring back your sparkle. Cleanse your body and soul to discover your brilliance. Visualize standing under a bright, sparkling waterfall. Allow all depression, fear, anger, and negativity to wash away with this powerful and brilliant light. Let it cleanse every organ, part, and system in your body until you are sparkly clean and ready to start fresh. Say, Divine Intelligence, I am ready to recognize my own wisdom and allow my brilliant ideas to manifest and inspire all of those around me. And that does kind of feel like connected to the Magician in the reverse, like feeling out of touch with your sparkle or your magic. This visualization, this clearing out your energy system, I think can be very, very useful for a lot of you. So let's see what we have for silver now. Silver is the color of peace and persistence, calming nervous tension, bringing serenity, and expanding awareness. Silver also strengthens the healing process through purification, releasing diseases and density from the body, and flushing toxicity from blood and tissues. This includes healing the kidneys and balancing hormonal function, as well as bringing clarity. Silver is also great for protection and grounding. Strengthen your intention and resolve with silver rays of light. Stand up straight and focus on what you would like to achieve or experience. Imagine silver rays of light intertwining themselves around you, strengthening your intention and resolve. Allow them to hold you up, taller and stronger. Now imagine a silver ray of light that creates a bridge between your mind and your goal. For the next 3 days, focus on strengthening the silver bridge until you feel you are confident enough to walk over to it. Whatever you want and bring it back, or receive what you want and bring it back to the present. The more you feel like you already have it, the faster it will manifest. Interesting. Remember, when you continually focus positive attention on a goal, it is impossible not to manifest it. Say, I am confident, clear, and persistent. Wonderful things now flow into my life at the perfect time. Again, this is interesting with this manifestation and this exercise of you crossing the silver bridge towards what it is that you want and bringing that back into the present moment. It does also make me think, again, of how you can have this happiness available to you now. What are ways that you can kind of bring in that feeling of being somewhere, of travel, of expansion? What does it actually feel like in your body? And maybe get creative with different ways to get those feelings, because that could be the thing that helps you anchor in this manifestation. But these are two really beautiful cards, especially for what we were talking about. It makes perfect sense to me. I did notice they both also spoke about purification, and I do wonder if some of you are also looking into something like colloidal silver. I don't know much about it myself. I know there are side effects to it. I don't think anything is perfect. I don't believe in magic bullets or anything like that, especially in kind of the health field. But there are people who swear by it. There might be something there for you to explore as well. If you're trying to heal yourself through like natural means, you may be looking into colloidal silver. I could actually see that with these two cards. And always do those things, of course, under the supervision of like a health care practitioner or something like that. I will encourage you to do that as well. Take care of yourself. There are lots of scams out there too. I just want to say that. So always be discerning, but there may be something there for some of you that can actually help you with your health and your healing. Anyway, Pisces, those are all the messages I have for you this month. I do hope that this was helpful. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. Let me know in the comment section down below how it is that you are going to be cleansing yourself, how you're going to be purifying yourself here, and what it is that you're trying to manifest. What is this thing that you are bringing into your present reality? And a really great way to manifest as well is kind of what the book was referencing. Visualize yourself already having achieved the thing you want or earning the thing you want. What are you going to do with it? Let's say you manifested the car that you wanted. What sorts of road trips are you going to go on? Or what kind of drives are you going to go on? And actually start doing those things now, because again, those things can help you manifest the car in this instance that you want, and get creative with it. You can do the same thing with relationships if that's what you're interested in. Do the things that you want to do with a partner and start manifesting a relationship that way. And it's a lot easier to meet people when you're already putting yourself out there. Anyway, Pisces, that is all I have for you. I hope that this was helpful. Again, be sure to hit like and subscribe. All of my links are in the description box if you're looking for personal readings or Reiki session, or want to check out one of the other videos, maybe for your moon, rising, or Venus sign. And I will see you all in the next video. Take care and have a happy and healthy and safe April.